on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max.
Hello and welcome to Gamers Without Borders. It is day 2 of our Rocket League competition, and today there's a lot on the line. We're going to be crowning a champion of North America. $1.25 million worth of charitable donations will be donated by our winners. And of course, 4 teams have already qualified for Gamers 8 later in the year. Absolutely spectacular. So let's start this pre-show, brought to you by Savvy Games Group. My name is Banks, and I am your host. And joining me in the virtual studio, we have, of course, Johnny Boy and Jorby. Johnny Boy, it's North America Finals Day. How are you feeling, friend?
I'm just excited. I'm really excited to see how far can the Koi run go. You know, they've made their main goal, but have they set themselves a new goal now to go even further? And, you know, to see who's going to come out with the top seed in NA. A lot of money for charity on the line, a lot of bragging rights on the line. All these teams looking to take home #1.
Of course, Jorby, talk of the town is, of course, Koi at this point. What are your expectations for today's NA bracket?
Oh, my expectations, I expect to see version 1 in that grand over the week. Koi, I want to see what happens here versus OpTic, because I don't think that one is necessarily a gimme for OpTic. I think we have, you know, interesting 2 sides of the bracket here at the end.
Jorby's being cryptic. He's like, I'm just going to see what happens. He's on the fence. He's pretty, you know, he's in the middle. He's 50-50 right now. Well, we can clarify for you at home how our bracket is looking up to this point and what it is looking like. Actually, Johnny, would you like to take us through the tournament bracket, my friend?
Yeah, so everything in the upper bracket looks like it makes sense. You know, G2 going through that upper bracket, that's not surprising. In fact, all of the games here went to seeding except V1 beating Complexity. And V1 obviously one of the best teams here, so that is a match that could go either way. It's only the lower bracket where, you know, things started to get a bit crazy, where, you know, again, OpTic making that lower bracket run, that makes sense. But Koi beating Complexity is crazy. You know, they've got a ones main in there now. Cosmic joining the team as a ones main to play 1v1. But that doesn't explain where the other 2 wins came from in that series. Only one of those was a 1v1. Koi just beat Complexity in 3v3. So really good job by them. They fully deserved the win there. Complexity did not have the composure. Koi got it done.
Yeah, it wasn't just that they beat them, it was that they beat them in style. And, you know, it actually looked from my seat, and I imagine for the viewers at home, fairly comfortable. Koi maybe just playing absolutely out of their socks in this lower bracket. But before we go anywhere, we have a recap of yesterday's matches for you, brought to you by Aramco. Check this out.
Initially out the play, stays back into it, then jumps off the ceiling. I mean, oh, he's going for another one. He'll get that one. Great pass.
Directly towards net, looking for the dunk and the fake, but AJ able to turn that one away.
Ooh, AJ tried to go for the dummy. She doesn't have any boost. CR picked up the side boost turn and put it into the back of the net.
A matchup that G2 could underestimate. They're holding their 1-goal lead at the moment with a minute and a half left. Koi knocking on the door. It's just Atomic. So blast this one downfield, and Cheese flies across. Oh my goodness, Atomic will control it in. It's
that offensive press, you have to be ready because they are so aggressive. Chance here. J-Dap's already in the air for the pre-jump. Sosa gets a piece of it to knock it away. Chicago gets the double. Atomic full boost. Cheese has to kill this ball. Gives it right to Atomic. And slow and slow, and that's all they need. Unbelievable. 0-second goal. G2 are going to take the series.
Landed on the ground right in the hands of version 1. Still looking for that tying goal. Plenty of time to do so. Beast mode up in the air. Bounce in the box. Calm is completely surrounded. But Daniel cleans it up, and we have a tie game.
A massive lumberjack in beast mode and Daniel with an axe to the absolute backside of Complexity. I don't know how they're not able to find this goal, but the defense is standing strong.
I felt like Daniel also didn't have the room to operate. I think a defender got in the way of him trying to cut it to the left, but beast mode.
3v3 game. They've been trying. I think LJ has really looked the best so far. Been facilitating the offense. He even had that shot attempt that was blocked by Chicago. Gets another pass out and open net off the demo, and Oxler will collect the tying goal.
He needs to set up this attempt.
Yeah, just punishing the position. Oh, LJ thought he had that breakaway. AJ said, I'm quick with it, quick to come back. 50 boost, up in the air, trying to stretch it to the right post just like he did last time.
A great job from Koi, working Complexity away from the box, opening up a shot.
Yeah, once again, it's CRR and AJG don't really have the best synergy in defense there. Not sure who to go first. Doesn't matter if they're going to keep going the other way.
AJG gets the better half of the 50-50 and gets back downfield. Oh, CRR, nice catch on the reset. Razebull up. Razebull scores! Complexity finally on the board.
And for Magic Bear to get back on defense.
Oh, he's flying. Oh, and messed up his second, or at least the bump for the double he wanted. Space Station Gaming looked good, but there's the punish from AJ yet again.
To punish those mistakes, even if a double didn't really lead to an opening. Oh, that's a great pass, but they save it anyway. Here comes another one. Maybe they get this across. It's a bit awkward for JNAP. Pre-flip to get the block. He does push LJ off the ball, but everyone from Space Station was beyond the midfield line. That's not going to get it done. Chicago drops it straight down, and G2 clean up game 5.
Like a lumberjack with an axe in the backside. Spaceman just has a way with words, doesn't he? Right, let's look at today's schedule, and we're going to take you through all of the matches that are going to be happening today. And I feel like sometimes the schedule should just say Rocket League, because the viewers then will just watch the whole stream, because you're here to watch the best in the world from North America go head-to-head. Not just one team or one player. Daniel. Right, Jorby.
Right. Not just Daniel. Also AJ. Also Atomic. Also Cosmic. Lots of players here. Bang.
I like this. Let's hone in on a few individual performances from yesterday then, because we had CRR, LJ, Daniel, Beast Mode, all putting up really strong performances. But the talk of the town, like we said earlier from Koi, was Cosmic. Johnny boy. I mean, what a performance from that guy, right?
It's really interesting because Koi are the only team left in this top 4 who don't follow the same script that all the other teams have followed. You know, G2 have just got Atomic playing everything with a little bit of help from Chicago in 2v2. V1 have got Daniel playing everything with a little bit of help from Beast Mode in 2s. And OpTic have got AJ playing everything with a little bit of help from Magic Bear in 2s. Koi not doing that. They've brought in a 1 specialist, and that really, it shows that they know actually there's someone out there that's better at this than we are. You know, none of us are going to get good enough in the game mode to be competitive. Let's just bring in an expert, and it really helped yesterday. It got them into this, helped them get into this top 4. But that, I think it gives them a great chance against OpTic in this first match of the day as well, because Cosmic's got, I think, a brilliant opportunity against AJ in 1v1. AJ's fantastic, of course, but Cosmic can beat him. And if Koi can play as well as they did against Complexity in 3v3 yesterday, they can take this series. It is a realistic possibility for them.
All this talk of people like Daniel and Beast Mode, it makes me feel old, guys. I feel like in Rocket League age, I'm old, but don't worry, we're going to have dad jokes coming in, firing from all cylinders throughout today's broadcast. Hold on to your seats, kids. But we had the opportunity to catch up with a few of our players earlier in the week for some very fun questions. Here's what they said.
Sailing.
Demos.
Sub dash.
Wall dashing. None. I would keep it the same.
Dignitas versus NRG, Season 5 Grand Finals.
Probably Season 6 Worlds. Grand Finals.
I don't know the season. I think it was Season 7, NRG versus Vitality in the Grand Finals.
Furia against Moise in the last Worlds.
I don't play much of them, but I like Rumble is not...
2v2.
Oops.
Drop shot.
Drop shot.
Drop shot.
Obviously, Dominos.
McLaren.
Lamborghini, 100%.
Well, the Fennec, of course, since I'm main it.
The Batmobile.
This is actually for the qualifier of this tournament, I'm pretty sure. I basically was in defense and I hit the ball off the corner of my own goal, and then it came back to me, and then I hit it in my own net again. So I made the save, it hit the post, and then it came back and it went straight back in my own net. I was extremely fuming when I went in.
I pre-jumped from my field, scored like an insane double tap, double reset.
In competitive, I think the one I liked the most used to be maybe 2 years ago, I think, against Giants. I scored like a pre-flip double tap in the corner. I like that one.
I had scored a Psycho, but it was in a ranked game, so.
I scored a pancake on 0 seconds in LA at the major against FaZe.
I wish I could add the plunger to Rocket League from Rumble.
Super jump.
Maybe invisibility. I would just keep the game the same. I like it as it is, so I don't think I would add or remove anything.
Alpha 54, stern and ready for competition. He doesn't take any flack in that interview. That is right. I love it. All work and no play, Johnny boy.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to change the game in any way. He doesn't want to remove any mechanics. He just wants to keep playing the car he's playing. He knows what he wants. He's living his dream currently. I love to see it.
Well, it's almost time for our first series of the day. So let's talk about it, Jorby. Kicking things off today, we're going to have the lower bracket semi-final. It's going to be Koi going up against OpTic Gaming. Talk to me, Jorby. Set the scene. Let's do this.
Yeah, OpTic on a come-up. And AJ, a big reason for it, but Magic Bears looks great as well. OpTic have been getting it done in all three modes. They've had a tumultuous off-season almost with how they've been trying to come back. But Koi, obviously the story of the tournament, Cosmic being their big 1v1 guy. I think Koi are serviceable enough in 3v3. This is going to be a close series against OpTic. If they bring the same 3v3 game we saw against Complexity yesterday, then OpTic have to be at least a little worried about Koi here.
I mean, a brutal path in the lower bracket, let's be honest, for both of them, for Koi and, of course, for OpTic Gaming, Johnny. I mean, do you feel like if a team manages to successfully power their way through that lower bracket to then eventually get to the grand final, then momentum is surely on their side in that grand final?
Yeah, the next matchup for the winner of this will be against the loser of the upper finals. So they're going to be going against a team who have just lost the upper finals. So definitely an advantage there. You know, I'm thinking as well, you know, a lot of people are probably underestimating Koi's 3v3 level coming into this because OpTic are such a fan favorite, and seeing them do well is something that people have waited for a long time. Seeing them qualify for a big LAN, something people have waited for a long time. But actually, Koi have, I think, been better in 3v3 in this event so far. OpTic have been, I think, you know, they're good enough in 3v3, definitely, but they are absolutely brilliant in the other game modes as well. So it's all about if Koi can keep that threes form from yesterday. If they can, then they're in with a shot to win it.
Jorby, Cosmic is comfortable. He's had a few reps now on the main stage, but he's going to be going up against AJ. So what's your thoughts on that? Do you feel like experience on AJ's side is going to back him a little bit more? Do you think Cosmic's just now on a tear and the ball is rolling?
Well, that's the fun thing about this format is a best of one 1v1. Anything can happen. You get RazeBull beating Daniel 2-1. You get Cosmic winning his series against RazeBull. So really, it's anything goes in these best of ones. Cosmic is absolutely good enough to take down AJ. And I don't think AJ has shown his best 1v1 self at this event yet. So if he continues to show that form, Cosmic absolutely has a great chance against him.
I mean, also, I feel like regardless of how everything turns out, these four teams that remain, they have qualified for Gamers 8 later in the year. And where else are you going to get reps like this in high-level competition against these other teams and successfully play in the twos, in the ones? You know, just get this practice in before you actually have to go to Gamers 8 later in the summer, Johnny boy.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal chance for these teams to practice. You know, not just your teams like Koi and teams like OpTic who haven't really put it together this season, but teams like G2 who are not really made for this format. They're still trying to improve in this crew battles format, and they're on a great run right now. V1 as well, you know, brand new 3v3 team. So with Daniel added in here, so any practice is good practice for them all at this stage, especially in a format that's going to be new for most players when they're playing together.
Well, it is almost time for that first matchup, so I'm going to come to you both for your predictions of OpTic versus Koi. Jorby, kick things off.
You know, I'm going to go Koi here. I think Koi looked good enough in the 3v3 against Complexity yesterday. I think they match up well enough here against OpTic. I know a bunch of OpTic fans out there. You're probably not happy about that, but I'm telling you, Koi got a good one here with Cosmic, and their threes has been pretty good so far, so I got them.
Johnny boy, what about yourself, my friend?
I mean, I don't believe this. I expected Jorby to say OpTic here, and I thought I was going to throw a wrench in the plans. But yeah, I think Koi are going to win this as well. They've currently got a better 3v3 record, 4 wins, 2 losses, compared to the 3 wins, 3 losses of OpTic in this tournament. And they've got Cosmic, the ones main, who I think is a good shot against AJ. So I've got to lean towards Koi here, just based on form alone. I think OpTic, they've done well to get this far, but you know, I know they're a big fan favorite, but guys, Koi are playing really well. They just eliminated Complexity, the team that beat OpTic in the upper bracket. Everything's pointing towards Koi winning this for me.
We've cursed
maybe
them, Johnny. We've cursed them.
Well, you just have, yeah. Potentially, maybe our casters will have something to say about that. But alrighty, let's kick off day 2 of Rocket League at Gamers Without Borders. OpTic Gaming up against Koi. Let's go over to our casters. It's the Brits. It's Cole and Stumpy.
Do you want to hear something, Stumpy, from me? I actually was thinking that Koi have got a pretty good shot here for the reasons that Johnny Boy said afterwards. You know, I mean, S5 Cosmic did so well in his second 1v1 yesterday. After struggling at the beginning against Atomic, he really turned it on after. And I just feel like these events, these matchups, they swing either way based on how the 1v1 goes. It can totally change the momentum.
I think also it changes it for the 3v3s and the 2v2s when you're thinking, okay, we rely on, say, AJ, for example, and then say he loses in that 1v1 and you're thinking, oh, is he then shaken from that? He's thinking, oh, I'm just the big man trying to go into that series, into that game, and then he can't actually come out and get that win. But Koi, I'm surprised that that is a double death prediction in favor.
Are you going to buck the trend? Are you going to buck the trend? Because I'm going Koi as well, mate. Are you going to be OpTic's savior?
I don't know. Because, I mean, Johnny makes a very good point where he's saying that on Koi, they've got that better record, 4-2 in the 3v3 rather than 3-3. In the 1v1s, they've got the specialist in S5 Cosmic. In the 2v2, they didn't look too bad either when they managed to beat Axel, absolutely do fantastically against Axel. But then they got smashed in the 2v2 versus Complexity 6-1. So 2v2, I think, probably their weakest game mode. Yeah. Hey, that's still 2 out of 3 that they're doing fantastically well at. And an early chance is flying in straight away for Koi. And you know what? I'm going to make it a quad Koi sandwich. Get me involved.
Koi sandwich. You can't ask for much more than that unless you're actually on the Koi team and suddenly you see yourself go 1-0 down against AJ. The sandwich is dented early doors in game 1.
It's a lovely pass well coming in from Rettles. The cheesy filling of that sandwich exploding out the net from AJ's shot. But it was that 50 with Rettles where he sends it towards that left-hand wall. It was the double commit from Koi and early doors looking potentially a little bit nervy and thinking, okay, lads, we're here. We've made it to that land, which, oh my word, not too many people would have expected. And cheese at one end, cheese at the other.
Yeah, the sandwich is looking tasty again for Koi. It's a good response. And actually, it's a huge mistake from Rettles. We haven't seen him make that sort of miss in a long time. He's been in super good form for OpTic. But I just actually want to shout out Koi and their 3v3 yesterday against Complexity. People were expecting that Complexity would have a great start against them. They're in such good form themselves in 3v3, running so close in so many tournaments, semi-finals they got recently at the Major. And they come up against Koi. And I think in particular, Sosa, he didn't do the 2v2s, obviously didn't do the 1v1. Because they do have S5 Cosmic, and he was playing brilliantly with Sosa. His flip resets were working, the mechanics were there, he was getting flip resets fakes, air dribbles against Complexity. He's really seeming like a star at the moment for Koi, and I'm not too surprised to see them equalize. They could even get another depending on Cheese's pass, but it's just a little bit too far behind. But there's the danger for Koi.
And what I liked as well from Sosa is that just even on social media, he just seems very thankful and very appreciative of all of these chances, and I always like to see that from players. Being very excited to head over to Saudi Arabia in August for the Gamers 8 LAN. So good for him, good for the team. Koi are, I think, going to be getting a lot of fans through this competition.
You mentioned pressure as well, and ironically, even though this is the equivalent of Championship Sunday for Gamers Without Borders, this is where the pressure is somewhat gone. They've already done the hard bit, beating Complexity in that lower bracket. They had to go on the run in beating Team Axel as well. The pressure bit's done. Now they can start to just get used to this pitch, get used to playing 2v2s and 1v1s and the crew battle format, and also get some more experience against top-tier competition like OpTic, who have been in great form themselves.
Yeah, that's the biggest one too, the experience versus other teams in this competition. Great save across by Gyro. Cheese did have it covered, but Gyro sending it to the corner is going to mean that it can get just past that halfway line, but AJ taking straight to the ceiling. Cheese then to challenge him, it goes far, but with Gyro on the back left, he can't quite catch onto it until Rettles has a bite of that cherry. Sosa to send it along. Again, Gyro's waiting. Gyro to shoot, but a block out midfield from AJ. And look at these passes coming in all over the place from Koi.
My man Sosa, I said that yesterday he was looking pretty spicy. He's kept that one going. I'm not sure if he meant to get this as a double. Oh, he did actually. Okay. I didn't know if he was just going for the shot earlier on because the opportunity was there. But even if the first touch was a little bit heavy, he had the wherewithal, Stumpy, to turn it into a 2-1 lead for Koi.
probably wanted it to be a little bit higher on the backboard. I wanted that to be a bit more of a convincing double tap. I manages to get just about his nose to it, sends it opposite post, and under halfway through the game, Koi with that lead. What a fantastic run of form they're having. And also in the game modes that you wouldn't really expect them to be taking versus top teams. Good flip reset from AJ, goes low with it. That is a wonderful demonstration of the one skills that we will be seeing later today, hopefully.
I mean, AJ yesterday, he and Magic Bear were just combining so well time after time as well. So it's no surprise to see him already waking up and starting to unleash himself upon this series. The 1v1 players, so much of this crew battles format is about how they're feeling on the day. So AJ scoring that sort of goal early on is great news for OpTic.
Under 2 minutes remaining and both these teams drawn to a piece. Cheese up high for this one. Up for the double with AJ not able to make that touch. It goes very close to the crossbar. Sosa again coming in to snipe it. It was 8 seconds until Koi managed to sink another one in.
Shout out to Gyro as well. He left this one for Sosa, showing that Koi's communication is up there with their mechanics right now. They're looking every bit like a premium team in these 3v3s, and they're building on what they had yesterday. It's always so disappointing when a team has one pop-off day, then the next they just look toothless, average. Koi are not falling into that trap so far.
Cheap on that left wall, manages to leave that ball yet again for Gyro. This communication coming in clutch, but with no boost, Gyro will have to leave, not after getting a bump, however. And bear in mind, this is Gyro versus his very, very former teammate in Rettles, years on, maybe, I suppose years ago, back in DreamHack, managing to get those, teaming up to win the DreamHack tournament. So, sorry?
Peep stubs.
Yes,
Peeps.
exactly. And Cheese managing to go rock down the other end and sends it opposite corner. Koi clear by 2.
Also like seeing the rogue goal explosion there for Koi. A little throwback to the history of this all. Nice to see. But yeah, Koi impressive yet again. And when they are falling behind, when they are conceding goals, not letting it shake them. Still attacking, still playing aggressively as Gyro makes that clear. But Magic Bear gets a block. Rattles in the corner. Here is Cheese. He puts that one into the middle. AJ gets it high. Where's this ball going to land? OpTic have to turn this one on. They have to get going soon. So far, it's only really AJ that looks alive. We haven't seen too much from Magic Bear. And Rettles, all I can remember him doing is making that mistake.
Under a minute remaining, and it falls down to OpTic to need to get 2 goals in just these 50 seconds. AJ letting that ball fly very loose. Good bump in the back half by, I think it was Rettles getting one of those demos, but it didn't actually lead anywhere. 10 more seconds has ticked down. Final chances for OpTic before we get into that 2v2 or the 1v1. Bear in mind it's crew battles, so the loser will be choosing our next game mode that we're going to be playing. Cheese to send it long past that attacking player, and with 30 seconds remaining and the seconds ticking down, the long shot is going to be benefiting OpTic considerably.
Just when my mind was starting to turn towards whether we were about to see a 1v1 or a 2v2, a breakaway goal comes in, and AJ gratefully prods it home. 22 seconds left. We saw some kickoff goals yesterday. Is there going to be more late drama in game 1 of this best of 5? It's a fake kickoff there from OpTic. AJ's going to try and do something with it, but it's sort of backfired. Magic Bear has to try and get this boost. He's not able to do that either, and Koi seems so far to have quelled the beast, but they have 10 seconds left.
It's a good chance here for Gyro to just take the control, waste a couple of seconds, does flick around the side of Magic Bear, but with Rettles waiting, Cheese can get a fantastically long clear. One touch high, keeping it out of the way of any player on OpTic Gaming, and Koi continue that 3v3 winning statistics. They're now 5-2 in this competition. Fantastic work, and OpTic on the back foot. Do they go into the 1v1 versus the 1v1 specialist that we're seeing on Koi in S5 Cosmic, or are they going into a 2v2?
It's got to be a 2v2. That is where Koi have really been struggling. As a reminder, the team that loses game 1 and loses that 3v3, they get to choose. So right now, the onus is on OpTic Gaming. They'll be discussing it, thinking, do we go into this 1v1? Is AJ feeling hot enough to take down Koi's secret weapon in S5 Cosmic? Or do we play a little bit more safe? And I think it's got to be the safe option right here, because Gyro and Cheese, their 2v2 playstyle, they seem a little bit detached from each other from what we've seen so far. They were just smacked about 6-1 yesterday against Complexity. I mean, there was 3 goals in the last 30 seconds or so, but you just sense that a collapse like that was coming. With that in mind, surely OpTic pick 2v2.
And bear in mind, you're looking at S5 Cosmic too, who, if people don't know him, he is the top 1v1 player on the rank leaderboards right right now. He has been brought in for this very situation, and AJ will be taking him on immediately, though, conceding.
1 second. I can't remember the last time I've seen a 1 second goal. That's
If we can extrapolate, that therefore means we're going to be seeing
500?
about 360 goals. Is that right? 300 goals, sorry?
Someone can figure it out. I'm not that smart.
Not anymore. Yeah, it's 300 goals, but not anymore, unfortunately. The time's going to be ticking down a little bit.
Well, now we're into a more regular and steady 1 versus 1, where AJ is going to be able to try and put his mechanics to the test against S5 Cosmic, who has been showing up. I mean, you have to remember that in his first matchup yesterday against G2 Esports, he actually lost against Atomic. And when you're brought in for 1v1...
Like nerves, though, right?
That's what I'm... Yeah, exactly. That's the point I was going to make. When you're brought in for the 1v1 and lose it fairly comfortably, you can start to lose your confidence.
S5 Cosmic, though, making a lovely save, managing to get it out just far enough and punishing AJ for sticking around on that ball. The awkward bounce around the side leaves it to a dish, and he deals with it fantastically.
Not quite 1 goal every second for S5 Cosmic, but I don't think he'll be too disappointed with how this 1v1 has started. With the dish right there, AJ left stranded, and even getting into that point, he had some defending to do as well. AJ had way too much boost and way too much ball control for S5 Cosmic's liking, but he defended valiantly. And he's also won that kickoff as well. So far, the 50-50 game going S5 Cosmic's way, and also the mechanics seem to be in his favor as well.
AJ at the moment is looking to be the number 2 player in 1v1 in the world when you're looking at how these players have been performing in tournaments recently. Ranked leaderboards, they mean something. They give you the general idea of how a player is doing if they're really trying to put those hours in just with other people on the ranked leaderboards. But when you look at competitions, it's entirely different. And S5 Cosmic, he manages to avoid that air dribble bump, trying to be getting this other save. Actually takes that ball low, does not want to be going high for it, and ignores the ball in favor of the boost. Knows that AJ is low as well, and so he's got pure advantage.
S5 Cosmic straight off the back of defeating Razebull by 6-3 yesterday in Koi's huge qualification matchup against Complexity. So the confidence will be surging through his veins, which it has to be when you're up against AJ, a man who has so much in the way of mechanics, can turn nothing into a goal. S5 Cosmic has to time his flip well there, but AJ does make the most of the slight misplay and makes it 2-1 to Koi.
It was a good idea here from S5 Cosmic just to flip and then land, but he lands awkwardly, removes all momentum from him. AJ realizes that, gets that close touch, and then an early flicks. He knows that S5 Cosmic will need to dive in on that as fast as he can to build any momentum possible. OpTic Gaming getting their 1 goal. AJ not quite out of this one by any means, and with an open net, that's going to be 3-1 straight off the kickoff yet again. Definitely going in favor of the new boy on Koi.
He's definitely been watching AJ's playstyle and seeing how he faces these kickoffs, because he seems to have them read. It's also even more impressive what S5 Cosmic is doing right here, because he's warmed up. You know, he's been playing the 3v3. He's got himself into that competitive mindset. Poor old S5 Cosmic, he's watching his teammates play on the big screen, right? He's hoping they'll do well in free play. Whoa. Then he has to come up against well-playing AJ and perform. It's a really difficult situation, and AJ's punishing that now.
I do like that Koi went for the 1v1 specialist. I really enjoy that. I like when the teams don't just approach this as, oh, okay, we'll go into it and we've got the same 3 players that we normally would for a competition. They're thinking, well, we can have a sub. None of us really specialize in 1v1, and that is literally a third of this competition. Theoretically, you know, if it's chosen to be, and if it's the best of 7, it goes to 7, you will be playing a 1v1, then yeah, you're going to need to, not even that, even if you don't go to that 7, you'll still be playing those 1s. So yeah, it's very interesting when teams pick up somebody and think, yeah, this is the chance that we have got to put them on the map and also to increase our stock. And a lovely double save coming out from S5 there.
Yeah, but he won't be so happy that he's having to make these saves. AJ's now starting to get the read on S5 Cosmic and almost has the boost control, but that's an important grab right there from S5 Cosmic, allowing him to do that slowdown. Wants to just try and tempt AJ in, make him commit to a move. And AJ doesn't fall for it. And now he has some ball control. Is he able to win this race with the ball into the goal? No, because S5 Cosmic pops up from nowhere, and AJ has to try again.
From the blind spot, S5 Cosmic managing to keep this one at the 1-goal lead for him. 2 minutes now remaining. AJ's going to be chasing that one up for an early challenge. S5 Cosmic did manage to get the reset. Wave dashes back down towards the floor with AJ 23 boost and S5 with 100. It's going to be in favour of S5, but AJ staying grounded because he knows that he won't be able to recover too quickly if he leaves the ground otherwise, with 0 boost and S5 on 95. It's going to fall to more defense for him. AJ has had fantastic play when he has been on low boost so far. Will they be able to continue? No. Relinquishes control just towards the end of that 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, but now he's got so much in the tank. What's he able to do, AJ? Is he going to get a flip reset here or just a fake? It is a fake. Once again, S5 Cosmic's defense coming in clutch. He's got one more save to make. Isn't going to be able to do it, but can AJ get around? No, again. And S5 has the timing just to let that ball land on his nose and keep it going. Keep that control at all times. He's going to try and get in the way of AJ. AJ reads it well and can recover. That should be 3-3, and it will be 3-3.
I was half expecting S5 to spawn from somewhere behind the ball somehow. The fact that he's been diving in so far and just managing to save it away so late, I thought surely he's being eclipsed at this point. But no, AJ manages to bring it back to 3-all. And to be honest, we've seen some real low-scoring 1v1s in this competition so far. This is a 3-all going into the final minute. We saw, what was it, Daniel versus Raiseball? That was a 2-1 yesterday. It had been somewhat cagey and ultimately safe, and that shot from S5 Cosmic was safe. Thankfully, gets bumped towards the ball, does not get demoed in the process. The open net miss is not going to be too much of an issue, and AJ just tries to dribble him back down the pitch to turn him away from it.
And it all came from the kickoff, a different style of kickoff, the fake. S5 Cosmic, it seemed like he'd lost it going into his own corner, but managed to turn that into an advantage for himself. And now he restores his own lead. 50 seconds from Koi going 2-0 up in games against OpTic Gaming. Able to turn $125,000 for charity into $175,000. And potentially make even further run for Koi. S5 Cosmic is coming alive.
Keeps AJ grounded on the air draw bump, giving him a taste of his own medicine, sends it high with a couple of taps, and then even though he makes no contact, he shuts down the angle that AJ wants to get into. AJ does touch the ball, but not quite enough. Now a 2-goal difference, very, very make-upable by AJ in the final 35.
AJ does have control yet again. S5 Cosmic has never feared this happening. Always seems to be in complete control, even though AJ may have the ball.
Nice.
And he's going to take it into his own corner as well. Brilliance from S5 Cosmic. Go on, AJ. You want this ball? Come get it. Because as soon as you do, I'm going to go past you. Try and get it in your net. Good catch again from S5 Cosmic. And he's taking it back to his own corner. It's brilliant.
So frustrating.
You can see why this guy has been able to grind his way to the top of the 1v1 leaderboard. As soon as he senses a weakness, he will punish it. He will waste as much time as necessary and do whatever it takes to win. And now Koi only need one more game from the last 3.
That's just brilliant time management at the end. We say time management sometimes, and it comes down to a player just defending or just managing to dribble it away a little bit. That is the perfect definition of time wasting in Rocket League. Let the seconds tick down. You don't need another goal. You're 2 up anyway. He manages to get the 1 straight away off that kickoff as well. But being able to just realize that, hey, I've got time here. I don't need to attack. If I relinquish control, that just gives more time and more opportunity for AJ to score. I love movement like it.
It's a fascinating playstyle for S5 Cosmic as well, because he did let AJ play his game. Often, when you see a player go up against a player like AJ, somebody so mechanical, they have to suppress them. They have to stop them getting control of the ball. They have to stop them launching these air dribbles, these bum dribbles, whatever it might be, right? S5 Cosmic allowed AJ pretty much to do what he wanted at times and had enough confidence in his defense that he'd still stop AJ scoring. And then, in moments like this, you saw that occasionally AJ would overcommit because of it, and S5 Cosmic's relatively defensive playstyle paid dividends.
I like that play more now that I've seen it the second time as well, because we see that S5 rooted via the boost too. He knew that he had to get out of the way, otherwise he was getting demoed. Just good movement from him. But he is going to be off the pitch, back on the sub bench. He won't be playing another game in this series. He has done his job. And now it falls back down to Sosa, Gyro and Cheese on Koi to shut this one out 3-0. And OpTic Gaming, they need to start this reverse sweep here and now.
You sort of get whiplash when you go from 1v1 to 3v3. There are players everywhere, but AJ still finds a way through all of them.
AJ's been in every game so far, and he is warmed up to the gills. A lovely double tap. Onto then the double tap on the backboard with the flip reset. He's on fire. Koi, they are going to be facing a monster in the third match.
Well, I mean, this is where the format can really help OpTic. Even though they're 2 games down, they'll be thinking, if we can just get through 1 3v3, then it's 2v2 after that. And they will be supremely confident in the 2v2 based on how they've played for now and also how Koi have played. So a massive, massive match, even more so than normal when it's 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, bear in mind, whatever match, or rather, whatever game mode is chosen in that second match by the losing team, it falls down to then the one that we have not chosen so far. So because we've seen 1v1 so far, we'll then be seeing 2v2 as our next alternative game mode. 1 minute 10 has elapsed so far with OpTic Gaming and that 1-goal lead. Koi haven't had a huge amount of chances, and we're seeing OpTic Gaming flex their mechanical muscles.
Koi are charging down OpTic quick, though. So fast every time OpTic try and come forward, not being allowed to do anything, having to battle for every touch of the ball. Sosa gets it towards Gyro, who turns away on the mid, but AJ's there again. He's already been the difference maker in this series. Can he do it again? Not quite there, but I mean, AJ has already got the goal that he got, as well as a double flip reset attempt earlier, so the man is feeling sparkly right now. He really fancies getting some of these mechanical plays. But Koi defending doggedly, and then they come forward themselves.
Yeah, no other injuries to report of, I suppose, until OpTic now had this chance to shoot. Cheese to save it away after Magic Bear took quite a weak shot. Rettles to fake, and AJ comes in to try and get that spiking shot down. Doesn't manage to score it, so it falls back towards Rettles on the left-hand wing. Pinches central again. Magic Bear waits. Magic Bear poaches the second.
Just rotations, boost control, and then finally the 50-50 on the goal line to finish it all off. Gyro did all he could to see that one away, but it was scored right there by Magic Bear, who's not got a bad 50-50 game himself. OpTic Gaming starting to look a little bit more like themselves.
I feel like looking at themselves too is something that OpTic have needed. They've not had that fantastic win rate so far in this tournament. I think they're now 3 wins, 4 losses in 3v3. So not a great game mode for them. Magic Bear pass that back towards AJ, but Cheese is able to intercept it halfway through the game. And we're going to be seeing Cheese work out of the defense. A good touch round the side by Sosa. Another pre-flip to get it over towards that orange side of the net and onto the goal. But no real convincing shot just yet. And good defense from OpTic keeps it to that 2-0 lead.
Cheese is going to be able to get this one away. I thought it was a weak touch at first, but Gyro was in the perfect position, so it's actually good communication yet again from Koi. It's been a feature of their 3v3s, having full belief in each other, knowing when to rotate out and come in themselves. Sosa not afraid of diving in, especially when OpTic are dangling the ball on the goal line.
Gyro getting a couple of close 50s too, with Cheese to get that central. Rettles wants to get an easy touch, but Sosa sees he's going for that light touch, can immediately challenge him, pinches it over the top. OpTic Gaming have had that lead cut down to just the 1, and with 2 minutes remaining, Koi have got really good standing to be able to secure another one, and maybe close this one out 3-0 if they're able to get it.
They're sticking to their playstyle, Koi, of these fast challenges, not letting OpTic have any control of the ball in the air, forcing them to rush if they want it, as Magic Bear sends it forwards. Gyro's in straight away as well. He's broken up everything OpTic have done. It's led to a chance for Sosa. Magic Bear charges it down, and Cheese says no to that play. There's a pass then towards Gyro. That, I think, was an opportunity if Cheese had committed.
If Cheese just leathered that towards the net, I reckon that goes in. No one's expecting him to half-turn, but it felt like that was a great opportunity. Gyro getting the double reset. Sosa can shoot off it, but Gyro, we said about flexing his mechanical muscles on behalf of S5 Cosmic. We're now seeing the man reborn on Koi.
A fun lobby this is. Freestyles all over the place. AJ at the heart and soul of all of it. He's going to have to rotate out this time, though. Reynolds, what can you offer in that regard? It's him and Magic Bear combining, trying to pinch the ball into the net. Unable to do so. The clock moves on to 1 minute remaining. OpTic Gaming trying desperately to stay in this series. Rettles is up, could give a little bit of breathing space to OpTic.
Nice
Magic
pass.
Bear's coming in, but it's saved by Gyro.
Lovely pass coming down as well. I feel like it was probably a shot, but the fact that it came into a good position for his teammate, man, it's worth just as much. But no goal scored from it on that opportunity. Rettles with 1 reset, 0 boost, however, gets caught out then in the save by Gyro. Gyro sees Cheese central, but AJ can be shutting it down. Cheese towards that backboard. and a bump and a touchdown. Nearly the negative angle own goal by Magic Bear.
There's still a chance, though, for Koi. They're keeping it in OpTic Gaming's half. But that clearance from Magic Bear is huge. AJ has to leave it, though. Gyro goes for the half flip. Wants to just get that ball the lightest touch, the redirect. Unable to do so then. Now Cheese, his teammate, has the ball until AJ, from the skies, charges him down. Gyro may be able to launch one more attack for Koi. It's in the air. Who's going to win this race? It almost was Gyro. Cheese is going to benefit, though, from a little bit of uncertainty. Almost gets the double. But it's over, Sosa. And it's over with regards to the game as well. 2-1 it ends, and the series lives on.
Just a smidge past Sosa too. I feel like we've seen a couple of those where you might then see Gyro at the back just waiting to then score it, but wasn't able to on that opportunity. 0 seconds. Near heartbreak for OpTic if they concede that too, because they needed that just to stay in the competition. Oof. OpTic, they've brought themselves back into the game.
So now we're going to go over to a 2v2 once the next game begins, and it's going to be, let's just say it's going to be difficult for Gyro and Cheese. They'll be up against AJ and Magic Bear. Rettles is able to kick back, you know, go on the beach and enjoy this next one in his sandals for a little while. Definitely the favorites will be OpTic Gaming in this 2v2. And maybe does that make them favorites in this series? You know, if they're odds on to win the twos and then potentially take that momentum into the reverse sweep earner in game 5?
Unsure, because the threes are still in favor of Koi, I would say, even though OpTic just managed to win that game. I'm intrigued whether they would maybe bring in S5 Cosmic for a twos. His mechanics are fantastic. Does not look like they're going to be. Gyro and Cheese versus AJ and Magic Bear, Cole, as you foresighted. But I wonder if it's on the cards for S5 Cosmic to be going into a 2v2 at some point, or whether he is just that one's main.
Very, very good question for Gamers 8 when they do end up there. And congratulations to Gyro for making Gamers 8 for the second time in a row. Unexpectedly, last time it was with Rogue, and now it's with Koi. So we're capable of getting upset, and they would have been upset if that one had found its way into the back of the net. But those are the sort of moments that can happen in twos. Things can get confusing.
I love twos. Gosh, I love twos. Twos is so exciting. It's such a fun game mode, and I want to see more twos competitions as well, because it feels a lot more intimate than threes, and you get to see a lot more cool plays, but it's not quite as try-hard as ones.
Just that nice sweet spot between them all.
Exactly. It's not cringe ones gameplay. Sorry, Johnny.
Sure. Well, Magic Bear has shown some cringe ones gameplay with that 50-50 against Gyro. Cheese is having none of it and charges forwards. And now he's a little bit stuck in his opponent's corner. Should be getting out of there now, but so far it's been mainly pressure for Koi. Ever since that huge pinch clearance, they've actually been keeping the ball really well in OpTic Gaming territory until there's a mistake on the backboard, Stumpy, and it's all backfired.
That's how it goes. The backboard backfire. Cheese missing it on that first attack, and then Gyro isn't able to make contact. Magic Bear just has to wait and poach, taps it low, sees Gyro falling back down. If he can get it with enough speed, which he did, the opposite left corner is going to be completely open for him. 1 minute 10 has elapsed, and OpTic Gaming picking up the first goal.
But Koi have looked okay. Gyro and Cheese a lot better balanced in their attack and defense. Yesterday, it's basically Cheese going for all the plays and Gyro just chilling at the back, trying to look a little bit safe, worried almost. Worried to commit. It would turn into a free goal again. So this time he seems more keen to get involved, and that's what we want to see from Koi. OpTic, we know what they're capable of, though. AJ, as soon as he gets the ball, even in threes, he was finding more space than I knew was available on the pitch. So let alone in a 2v2. And here comes Cheese, though.
AJ's also probably got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder from losing that wand. And I feel like that's a bit of a scary position to have AJ in. If he's feeling either very confident or very peeved, where he's thinking, I should have won that. I can win that. Why didn't I win that? So good chance here for AJ to be showing to us and to every single person watching, the few thousand that are tuning in online.
Hello.
I'd like to be seeing what AJ is able to put up in this match.
Oh, there's a pass there. If Gyro can find him, he's actually not going to need to at all. It's the snapshot, and it's 1-1.
Mate, that's a vintage tap and smash. Look at that. Up once. Oh, barely left the floor. Gyro, I wanted to see a tap and smash, mate. How dare you? We'll see what this is about. We'll figure out what this pause is all about. Make sure all the teams are happy. Make sure we can get straight back into it. But yeah, I like seeing the simpler plays sometimes work out.
Very 2015 meta is the tap and smash. If you manage to get one of those, at the start of Rocket League, you're unranked, but you're hoping to get All-Star, or whatever it was called. You nail your tap and smashes, and you will make your way towards, what other ranks were there back in the early days? There was
Rising Star.
Rising Star. Was there Bronze? I don't know. What I do remember is at the end of the first season, if you were top 100, you got a platinum crown. I never got a platinum crown. You had to finish.
You could have done. You could have done back then.
I could have. If I'd have just grinded, man, that could have been my moment.
I want Psyonix to bring that back. Bring back the platinum crown for the top 100, and only if you finish in the top 100. Because then you've got people battling to make sure they stay in it, and that is good content.
Get it trending. Hashtag bring back the platinum crown if you finish in the top 100, but only if you finish in the top 100.
Can we shorten it?
No.
To Platty C?
No, we cannot.
Okay,
there is no shortening to be done. This series is in a tentative state right now. We've got this 2v2 going on where OpTic will definitely be the favourites. You know, they've been pretty much blitzing through everybody in the 2v2. Yesterday in the 2v2 against LJ and Hoxer, I'm just looking now, they won it 4-1. And that's a high level of twos that they won pretty comfortably as well. But we are, I believe, getting back to it now. And I think we're going to be starting at 1 goal apiece. So the tap and smash counts. We're happy. Get that man a platinum crown.
Was the tap and smash not for 2-1? Oh, doesn't matter. Does not matter. Cheese immediately off the kickoff. No problem. Manages to send it nice and high with the reset, lures in AJ and Magic Bear, and then still gets the dunk in the top corner. Unbelievable. We get sent straight back into the fray.
The evolution of the tap and smash right there, and Koi have completely turned it around for a second. I thought that maybe Magic Bear was going to be stuck getting some boost, but actually it's gone all the way down to the other end. Disappointing for Koi. OpTic, so thank you very much.
Of these kickoffs, they are the ones. That's all that matters, apparently. Cole, what did you see? I heard you gasp.
There was a demo which I'd completely missed.
Okay, fair enough. Valid. Very valid.
2-all, and a very close 2v2, and I'm happy to see that. This is what we want to see, a nail-biting sort of matchups. And the ball can slow down, and these players can really take control and feel their nerves. I sense sometimes in a 3v3, they haven't got time to be nervous. In this, you've got time on the ball, and that's when you can make your mistakes, you know, when you have too much time on the ball.
AJ to be taking that ball away from both defenders onto the back ball with only 12 boosts. He has to leave with the boost steal going in his favour. Chiefs pinching it wide. If there's any shot that can come in, it would be a goal, but instead AJ is able to intercept up for that second touch to keep Gyro away from a nice, easy shot towards the net. Chiefs to be sent high above AJ with 50 boost. He has to collect it onto the backboard. A wonderful player falls down towards Gyro in the midfield. A cut central, shot high. He's going for some real snapshots.
Yeah, he is. He is loving the little tippy-tappy in front and then dodge into it. Almost worked again against OpTic. The second goalkeeper was able to keep it away, but it's more Koi pressure. Gyro's coming forwards. AJ just says to Magic Bear, you take this one for now. I'll chill back and get some boost. I'm trying to do something with it a little bit later. That little bit later is now, but AJ's actually missed it from the double. How rarely do you see AJ missing a clean double tap like that?
When he's under this kind of pressure, trying to make sure that he does not lose it to his teammates, then those issues are going to be coming in. But what a fantastic pass here from Gyro in that back right corner. He keeps it close and then goes to that quick pass central. Bumps AJ as well. Wouldn't matter too much. AJ was not back in time. But with Cheese central, that is just going to be a little old tap-in.
Such a 2v2 improvement from Koi right now against OpTic. This is so much better than they played yesterday, even in the series that they won against Complexity. A reminder, they lost 6-1 in the 2v2 in a series that they won overall, just showing the disparity of their 2's ability compared to 1's of S5 Cosmic and, of course, their 3v3 gameplay, which has been pretty fantastic throughout this entire tournament. As Gyro takes another touch, getting so involved, actually takes the early shot. Gyro, but don't know what to do with him.
Gyro is a player reborn, and getting that touch high onto the backboard, then immediately wrapping back round, threads the needle between Magic Bear and AJ. With under a minute left, Gyro is giving life to Koi, and they are swimming away with the series.
58 seconds for OpTic to save themselves in Gamers Without Borders. It could be a good start. AJ thought he had the chance, but Gyro, man of the match in the 2v2, snatches it away, and he gets the second save as well for good measure. More good comms from Cheese and him. Cheese wave dashing around the corner. AJ's in the way. Let's see if anyone's going to be able to close him down. Here's Magic Bear. He's up. He's got a flip reset in front of him. Gyro avoids the bump, and he gets the save as well. And then the extra touch. So frustrating for OpTic. Perfect play from Koi.
25 seconds, 2 goals to be brought back with AJ challenging versus Cheese on that left-hand side as it flies high. That is going to be a devastating 5 seconds ticking down. 5 more for this setup. AJ can't get it around Gyro. Magic Bear to shoot. No bump coming in. Good attempt, but with Cheese now dribbling it out of his own half, that is going to be a wonderful series result for Koi. They will find themselves in the lower bracket final. Top 3 for the team that nearly were not even here.
It's a great story for Koi. They are going to be going to Saudi Arabia, which we already knew for Gamers 8. But they're going to be going there with confidence, with belief, with 3v3 and their 1v1 ace in the hole. And now they've also got 2v2 in their back pocket. Koi are a real force, and G2V version 1 later on. Whoever loses, beware.
Great play. I'm amazed that Koi managed to beat out OpTic in two game modes that OpTic were looking really good in, to be honest. And the 2v2, I thought, as we were both saying, that seemed to be somewhat an OpTic gimme. We were thinking, okay, they have looked great so far, and Koi have looked weaker. 3v3, Koi looked to have the lead. And then the 1v1 was much closer as well, with S5 Cosmic coming up versus AJ. But a 3-1 victory? Outstanding play from them. A top 3 result. Of course, they're going to be going to Gamers 8 in August regardless. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from them. And what a fun resurgence we're seeing from them too.
Yeah, it's what we want to see. It's what the Crew Battles format can enable. Teams who may have been struggling, may not have been playing particularly well, suddenly finding something inside themselves. And do you know what? As well as the context of this tournament, that's going to serve Koi well in the RLCS throughout. You know, they'll have that belief back. They'll have that winning habit. And it really does breed momentum.
Yeah, a little look earlier at Koi's results in the RLCS. They're not really worth mentioning too much when they come to looking at the top dogs and the teams that they have beaten as well. They've beaten Complexity to get here. And that was the one where Sosa was saying on social media, look, we win this, we go to Saudi Arabia. We get the chance to win our share of $2 million. They've secured $5,000 each regardless by getting there, even if they finish in last place. Great for them. Koi getting into that lower bracket final. They'll be facing the loser of G2 versus version 1, which is going to be a pretty scary match, I feel, coming up. A quick prediction on that one, Cole, if I may.
I'll go with version 1. I mean, you can't bet against Daniel and Beast Mode, I think. How about you, mate? You'll be quick. Be quick.
Let's go with G2.
Be quick. G2. Bags. Stubby says G2. I say V1.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I'm going to stick with the match at hand. We'll get back to that a little bit later on with my 2 lovely analysts that are joining me in the virtual studio. Koi have done it again. Moving to the lower bracket final, OpTic have been sent packing, but not without a little commiseration prize. $125,000 that they will be able to donate to a charity of their choice and a spot at Gamers 8 later in the year. I've got to say, that was pretty impressive show out, especially by Cheese. I have to say, going into that first opening match of the 3v3s, Johnny Boy.
Yeah, just unbelievable. I mean, we said it before the match started. They have a better record going into this match in 3v3 than OpTic did, and they beat the team in 3v3 that sent OpTic to the lower bracket in the first place in Complexity yesterday. So for me, all signs pointed at Koi winning this one. They did win it. I want an official apology from all of you OpTic fans in chat who thought that we were talking nonsense, because when you look at the numbers, we actually, you know, you can see this coming. Cosmic as well, you know, brilliant form he's in. He had one nervous 1v1 game, the very first 1v1 game he played yesterday against Atomic. Since then, he's unbelievable. So I think Koi could go all the way.
Knew that chat would go up in flames. Jorby, as Koi wait in the lower bracket final, put yourself in their shoes. Who are they praying to not go up against?
Oh, I mean, honestly, I think Koi are big chill mode. I honestly don't think they care who they end up playing out of that upper bracket, because really both teams are going to be difficult. You got version 1, you got G2. I'm sure every fan out there is thinking, well, I'd rather play G2 because Daniel Beast Mode's on the other side, but I doubt Koi are thinking that way right now. They just took down Complexity and OpTic in a row. They got to feel pretty confident about their play. I'm sure they'll feel that way no matter who they play.
Yeah, I felt, you know, Koi came out of the gates absolutely steaming. And like I mentioned already, Cheese looking really strong right now. Not soft and gooey like actual Cheese, Johnny. I told you the dad jokes were inbound. We've started, and you're not going to be able to stop me, kids. Highlights on your screen right now, brought to you by Aramco. Do you feel like this is a good indication, Johnny, of what to expect at Gamers 8 later in the year? Because, I mean, they look pretty unstoppable in crew battle format.
Yeah, it's great that they're performing in 3v3. Sometimes in crew battle format, you have a team that's just getting hard carried by the other game modes, and they're scraping 3v3 wins here and there. But they're pretty consistently getting wins in 3v3. So far, I think they're 5 wins, 3 losses, if I'm remembering correctly. So they're winning 3v3. It's not just about the other game modes. Although 1v1 is, I think, 2-1 for them now. 2v2, the game mode that they just they eliminated OpTic with as well. Clearly world class. So yeah, we're not just trying to sell you guys a Cinderella story that's not going to happen. They could win this. If they could beat Complexity, if they could beat OpTic, then they could beat anyone in this tournament. V1 had a harder time with Complexity than Koi did yesterday.
Ooh, well, we've got an updated bracket for you, and it's going to be on your screens right about now from here at Gamers Without Borders. Only 3 matches remaining in this competition, $1.25 million on the line. The upper bracket final is going to be next with G2 taking on version 1. But there's your lower bracket. Round 3, Koi versus OpTic Gaming. Koi take that spot. They will face the loser of G2 and version 1. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Johnny and Jorby, you won't be with me when we return. So I want a quick prediction from you both for that next matchup, G2 versus version 1. Johnny boy, kick us off.
I think I'm going to have to say version 1. Yeah, I think that they're probably going to be able to take enough of the, probably all the extra game modes, all the 1s and 2s. And I think, yeah, can they get 1 win in 3v3 out of 4 against G2? I think so. So I have to say V1.
Ooh, okay. What about yourself, Jorby?
I have to go with G2. I think G2 are going to win in these 3v3 modes. I think that's the one area they can beat version 1 in. I think they take all 3v3s and lose in 2v3.
All 4, Jarby. All 4. Best of 7.
Yeah, best of 7. Sorry, yeah. All 4 3v3.
Exactly. We're going to be moving
out of my own head here.
We'll be moving from best of 5s to best of 7s for the 3 remaining matches of the day, and we're going to go to a very short break. So go to the bathroom. If you're in the UK, get a cup of tea, get a digestive biscuit, because we are going to be back in the upper bracket final, and that's going to be between G2 and version 1. See you in a bit.
UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child, and investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. and it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since, and they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. The NA region bracket is well and truly underway. Our upper bracket final is coming up next, and things are really starting to take shape. And we've had a cheeky switcheroo in the studio here, the virtual studio. I'm now joined by Cole and Stumpy. Stumpy, I'm going to kick things off with you, my friend. What a way to kick off day two. The underdog story continues.
That Cinderella run in that glass boot that they are wearing is just not shattering whatsoever. Going through complexity and also previously Axel, another fantastic team, and now OpTic Gaming, not even going to 5. I'm really enjoying their run, and I've seen them yet again on social media just saying, this is awesome. We love winning at the moment, and this is hopefully going to be a really good look into their future in the RLCS as well, because that is very, very soon to start.
A promising start from these guys for sure. Cole, this is where things start to get very tasty. Who is going to show the biggest display of dominance and have a complete win streak all the way through to that grand final? What are your first thoughts when it comes to thinking about G2 going up against version 1?
Well, both G2 Esports and version 1 had a best of 5 in the upper bracket semi-finals that they won in game 5. G2 beat Space Station Gaming 3-2 in the 5th game, and version 1 beat Complexity 2-1 in the 5th game. So it's been a battle for both these teams to make it here. I would say, I was put on the spot earlier on by Stumpy after our series, and I said, version 1. I'm going to stick with version 1. I just think that the duo that they have, which is starting to really bubble up in Beast Mode and Daniel, this format is designed for them. Surely in a best of 7, but the Beast Mode and Daniel combo is just too much.
It could be too much. I mean, only time will tell. Stumpy, it seems that whoever loses this match is going to have that buffer. They've got that lower bracket underneath, but they've got an ever-improving Koi waiting in the wings, waiting in the darkness. It's a dangerous place to be.
I don't want to be a silly Billy here, but
Be a silly
I
Billy.
feel...
Do it.
Oh, okay, I'll be a little bit goofy. I feel like whoever loses out of G2 and version 1, they're still just better than Koi. But then I would have said that versus Complexity. I would have said that kind of, less so, but kind of with OpTic. Like, I think that whoever drops down, they're in the upper bracket final for a reason. Yes, they lose to a better team. These are probably the 2 best teams in the competition that are definitely still in here anyway, or even when we were starting off. And I feel like they're going to be stronger than Koi, but it's going to be a knock to the confidence, going down into the lower and then having to face them again in the grand final. Either that galvanizes a team or it makes them think, ooh, okay, cracks are formed, we are very, very beatable.
The best thing that G2 have done is just let Atomic loose on 1v1s. You know, he is running pretty well. He got his win against S5 Cosmic, which was unexpected and impressive. And then against LJ as well, he only lost 5-4. So he's showing that he can battle with good 1v1 players. I'm not sure how he's going to do against a Daniel. That remains to be seen. So the 1v1 definitely goes in version 1's favor. And if you think of it away from the crew battles format, if I said to you, Stumpy, oh, it's a 3v3, but version 1 are 90% certain to win one of the 5 games or one of the 7 games, you'd think, oh, well, statistically, version 1 will probably win the series then, right? Like, that 1v1 that they have is so powerful in this format.
Well, Cole, now that you've mentioned G2, I'm going to dive right in. We actually had the opportunity to catch up with Chicago earlier in the week, and this is what he had to say.
Hi, my name is Chicago, and I play for G2 Esports Rocket League. Our goals and expectations as a team for Gamers 8 is to first qualify for the event because we have to play the online portion. We definitely want to qualify. We went to Saudi last year, had a great experience, and we really want to be back there again and compete and have fun. So first we got to qual, but after that, we expect to do big things if we make it.
Defender reading it, he put it back in your post. Kind of a sneaky little shot there. Now Chicago, can he land on it? He does back post. Will bounce into the top right corner.
The structure and the format for this tournament's definitely interesting. It's something new, so I think that's always exciting, always can be used in the scene. But unfortunately, I definitely think my team is not built as well as other teams for the format when it comes to 1v1s and 2v2s, but you can't let those game modes throw you off and affect your 3v3 game and vice versa. So being able to bounce back and be resilient and take a loss on the chin and get right back up to perform the very next game is super important. It will keep you winning series.
On target, going to be a tough read, a shot opportunity for G2. They're going to put it top right at Chicago with perfect placement.
Some other teams will bring in different players that are not usually on the rosters to maybe play 1v1s or 2v2s to try and throw people off or try and get an advantage in the tournament. It's definitely going to be tough, and we all know that.
We get this one out, and he doesn't get the boost either. Thomas will whip back around, and he'll put it away for 6. What a bully.
Version 1 or Vitality is a very good chance of winning the event. Their rosters are just perfectly built for this kind of format with great 1v1 and 2v2 players, and obviously their 3v3 is very good as well. So I think those would probably be my 2 expected teams to win this tournament.
Scoring opportunity just a moment ago. That's a great pass over to Mist. It will be 2-0 now for G2.
Playing for charity is something that's really cool because as much as I would love to, we don't get to do it as often as we would like. So being able to have the chance to donate money to a charity of your choice and a good amount of money at that, it's something super cool. And again, you don't get to do it often. So it kind of drives you a little bit more to push a little bit extra just so you can do well and get that extra money for whatever charity is your choice. To all my supporters and all of our supporters at G2, we love you all through the ups and downs. Thank you for sticking with us. We appreciate all the support. We're going to need it. It's going to be a fun ride. It's going to be a long one, but it should be fun.
What a nice guy, that Chicago from G2 Esports. At least he can identify the weaknesses where they lie. We're not that great at 1s. We're not that great at 2s. But you still have to practice them, buddy. You guys have got to get better in those formats, right, Cole?
I mean, also, did I detect a little bit of frustration at teams bringing in ringers, i.e. Koi of S5 Cosmic? But he was like, yeah, we're not going to do that. We just sort of play with our actual team. I didn't think,
it's part of the game.
Is he getting them?
It's part of the competition.
Did you sense it too? Am I crazy here, or was there just a little bit of that?
I would never tear Chicago down personally, but Cole, if you want to do that, that's okay. It's part of the game. You can bring in other players. You can bring in S5 Cosmic. It's part of the competition. If you want to say, oh, you know, we're a pure team coming in, well, pure doesn't pay the bills, mate, all right?
Fair enough.
I mean, fair. Stumpy, the usual. Harsh but fair. I like it. Okay, I'll stick with you, Stumpy. Predictions, my friend. What's your situation with your prediction? Let's go.
So Cole's been chatting a lot about saying version 1 have got the 1v1. Oh, right. Oh, chill out. All right. Maybe I'm about to agree with you. I'm not. The version 1 have got a lot of that 1v1 and the 2v2 ability. But when you look at what the series actually is, it's always going to be a majority 3v3 game mode or over any of the others. And I think G2 are the 3v3 team in this competition. I think they are the best 3v3 team currently in this competition. I therefore have G2.
Ooh, okay. Go on then, Cole. Dive in. I'm ready for you.
I'm just looking at the results from prior. G2 beat Space Station Gaming, only winning 3v3s, which one, by the way, is hilarious.
Exactly, I love it. It's very G2 of them.
If they win this whole event, only winning threes, fair play to them. Do you know what I mean? Good luck to them. I think at some point, though, they are going to lose a single game of 3v3, and I think that will happen against the version 1 that's improving. I just think they're better suited to the format, and they will grab a game or two in the 3v3 as well. So version 1 for me, 100%.
I mean, a win is a win is a win, let's be honest. It is time to dive into our upper bracket final of our Rocket League competition here in the North American region. So, just 3 best-of-7s remain in this competition, and then we'll have a champion, Johnny and Jorby, waiting in the wings. Let's go.
G2 in version 1 about to take the stage. Thank you so much, Banks, Cole, and Stumpy. This one, I feel like it's going to be pretty good. Our first best of 7 of the event. And version 1 and G2 about to take it on. Johnny, give me your measure of this match.
Yeah, it's very interesting that it is a best of 7. That, I think, makes it even more version 1 favored because they have more tries to beat G2 in 3v3. We're starting as we did all tournament long with game 1 3v3. After that, the loser of this game, so if G2 win the 3v3 as we expect, V1 will be able to pick the game mode. I think they just pick 1v1 because they should win that. And they are already losing this first game, so we're actually on a fast track to exactly what I'm talking about right now. But after every odd game in the series, game 1, 3, 5, and 7 are 3v3, game 6 also picked by the loser of game 5. So that's got to be another 1v1 free win for version 1 as well. I think they've just got 2 free wins in this series if they lose games 1 and 5, of course.
And we'll see. Remains to be seen what happens in this game. You say fast track, but there's, 4+ on the clock and plenty of time for version 1 to get it figured out. Chicago getting bumped there shortly. I do feel like version 1 we're starting to get it figured out in 3s yesterday. As the day went on, they looked a little bit better in each game mode each game, that went on in 3v3. That seemed to be, maybe not so surprisingly, their weakest mode. That's 2 now. Solid saves that Chicago made. He got one earlier. JNAB's on the flip reset. G2 all squared up here in midfield.
Yeah, version 1, 3 wins, 2 losses in 3v3 so far in this competition. G2, meanwhile, 5 wins, no losses. They've taken every single 3v3 they've played, so they are the better 3v3 team in this crew battle format, it would seem, and that's no surprise. They've been one of the best 3v3 teams in the world, and especially in North America so far this season. And version 1, in their pre-split events that they played in so far, have been unconvincing in 3v3 up until now. Glimmers of hope yesterday, especially taking down Complexity twice in 3v3. That's big for them. So they do have a chance here. But yeah, they're up against it in 3s. There's no doubt about it. This team hasn't clicked yet. And I think that this is excellent practice as well for RLCS, is getting 3v3 reps in competition.
They've been getting it. Com has tweeted about how happy he's been to experience this roster in this format in particular. Having Daniel in beast mode, helping you out in 1v1 and 2v2. And we'll see if they keep those good vibes going. Right now, still down by 1, potentially 2 as G2 start putting on the pressure. But version 1 do a great job moving the ball close to their wall, keeping it away from G2's rotation despite them pressed up. That was a good return there from version 1. Now on offense, beast mode going for a low double reset. Nothing gonna get done there.
Well, it's interesting. A lot of people theorize, I think, a very fair thing about version 1 on paper, and that was that Com likely to be first man. Hasn't been the case so much in this tournament. Beast mode now ties the game. off a very common theme that we've been seeing throughout this event. Daniel and Beast Mode synergizing in offense, first, second man rotation. Com actually taking a bit more of a backseat. That is not what we expected when we saw this team on paper when Daniel joined. We really thought Daniel would be sitting back, Com would be just rampaging up front, but yeah, it looks like they're experimenting with their system that they want to run right now. And you know, who's going to be the priority defender, who's going to be the priority attacker in this team?
Maybe that's the benefit that this team's going to bring, is that you can really kind of switch that up, those tendencies almost, where if you want Beast Mode to be a little more passive, he can be. Or if you want, you know how Daniel has played third man often when he played first space station, or at least was in that position a lot of the time. But you know he's capable, just as capable in every other position. And that's got to be nice for a team like version 1, because all the other teams at the top, they have that same kind of makeup. You want to be that kind of team. Version 1 have handled business so far. They've kept G2 scoreless here so far, but we're all scoreless since the opening minute, excuse me.
Yeah, Daniel, for his entire professional career so far, he has always had a very aggressive off-the-ball player, sometimes two aggressive off-the-ball players in front of him, namely Rettles, Arsenal, and now Com. But we're yet to really see that confidence perhaps, going forward, leaving Beast Mode and Daniel to defend, which it's just it is puzzling to me. I think Beast Mode and Daniel, they're better when they get a bit of space from their teammates, and they're trying to both be that guy right now for V1. It's gotten them into the upper final of this tournament so far, but I think overall I'm liking what I'm seeing from G2 in this matchup. They just look like the G2 of old. Version 1 still trying to put it together. This is a good chance for them now. Atomic's in an awkward position. He does well to keep it in the corner. Daniel can't really do much with that.
And G2 break right out. Atomic doesn't really get the 50 he wants in the corner. He's kind of down here in midfield for a little bit. Version 1 happy to draw this ball into the corner. Stuffing G2 out again, Beast Mode. Now he has to clear it out. Actually gets a high touch. The ball sailed under his carriage. Maybe a shot here. Daniel, a light tap and a bump. Daniel a little far back. G2 panicked on the play. They thought Daniel was coming, and he did. He deleted one. Beast Mode on the low 50. Not quite there. Late push here from version 1. Again on the side wall. Weaving around 1. Here comes Daniel. Bumps it down. Free ball. Just shot denied. G2 stay right in front, but here comes one more from Daniel. Taken away again as time expires. G2 hold the line, but do they have a way to cut it? Version 1, they don't.
Oh, there's a great chance for Beast Mode there at the near post. Overhit the first touch, kind of just inviting the challenge from the G2 goalkeeper. Had G2 on the ropes in the closing seconds there. Look at Beast Mode. Little double tap to counter-attack. In comes Daniel, surely. And it will be the goal to win it for version 1. But it is all Beast Mode. He outplays the entire team single-handedly. 1v3 assist by B Mode.
He pops that out like a supercharged toaster pops out toast. Just popped it up straight up. Nobody could get there from G2. Beast Mode. Oh, you know, most people who name themselves Beast Mode, you just get nothing but, oh, cringe, cringe, cringe. Why would you call yourself that? But Beast Mode is one of those guys that can just call himself Beast Mode because he's just built different.
Yes, a supercharged toaster. I mean, thinking about that as a concept just for a second, that can't be actually that can't be very useful. Surely that would just send all your toast to the ceiling.
Well, no, you have to angle it. It's all about the angle, Johnny. Like,
oh, I see, okay.
45 degrees, you know, the trebuchet angle, you launch it, you can get max distance. You can serve so many people without actually...
You're saying that Beast Mode is kind of like a superpower, you know, you gotta use him wisely, otherwise you might just fling your toast onto the ceiling, which renders it unedible. Yeah.
Right, when you push the handle down, like it's a timer, right? It's not on forever. So like he's got that timer, and then once it pops out, you know, that's when you get the result.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you put it in that context, it does make sense in reality. I wanted to really explore that before we get into game 2, because we might be seeing Beast Mode and Daniel again here. G2 get the pick, because V1 have already got that win in 3v3. I didn't expect to really come this early, and it is going to be 2v2. G2 trying to answer back immediately. Now, the thing about... Oh, look at this shot already from V1. Not even giving me a chance to talk about format for a second. Kickoff goes straight back to them, and Beast Mode lobs it up for Daniel. Just beautiful team play straight away. V1 up by 1.
But the point you were going to make, please continue.
I was going to say we will get a 1v1 no matter what in this format, well, if G2, especially if they're planning to win this series and they've lost game 1, they know that we're getting a 1v1 no matter what, which is different from a best of 5 in this format. You're not guaranteed a 1v1 unless you go to game 4. But yeah, we're getting a 1v1 anyway, so it's not like they could just get it out of the way with and then avoid it later on. No, it's coming either way, so they're trying to get some momentum with the 2v2. It's not working though. V1 are all over them.
I think it's going to be feast mode for beast mode in this match. Look at Daniel, just 360 challenge. Okay, dude, that's cool. Atomic was playing real tight with Chicago, thinking that at least a neutral 50 or a 50 into the corner, right? Not straight in front of the net to beast mode. And then if they kick off on top of it, all right, here we go.
Yeah, it looks like there might have even been a demo attempt by Daniel off screen there, but I think he must have missed it. Otherwise, the net would have been open for beast mode to shoot at. Loving these kickoff strats from V1. They might even get a third here. Daniel's chasing down Atomic. He's blocking him on the goal line. Oh, well done by Chicago to recover and keep it out.
Oh, Chicago, reset available. Pass to Atomic, maybe, but had more momentum on net than it did over towards Atomic. So he's going to flip the ball, gives Chicago a chance, and they just pinched that right off the bar. Chicago pops it up, giving Atomic a chance. Daniel on the far side. Atomic slips underneath the shot, right into Daniel, and over and in. You only see that so many times.
Well, Atomic, he got the shots off quickly here because he knew beast mode was coming to challenge him. Daniel tried to control it into the corner without jumping, and it just bounces off his head into the top corner of the net. Well, definitely a misplay there. You don't need to be a genius to figure that one out. But the fact that Daniel's actually made that mistake is crazy. That is a rookie mistake. And Daniel is far from a rookie player. He's answered back immediately. You've got to be careful after kickoffs against this V1 team. They're just so quick at creating chances. They've done it again.
And beast mode just throws the ball out. Now he's got the space. Atomic's so far off, no one's going to challenge him. It just makes it so easy for beast mode to go after Atomic, keep him on the ground. Which way version 1 beat you? They got a whole arsenal, and there's only 2 of them. That's scary. Here's beast mode with a quick flick. Nice move from beast mode.
Yeah, just again, V1 better with the kickoff, better after the kickoff as well. Chicago just bailed there. He just left the play to get boost. Atomic wasn't sure if he was supposed to defend the goal or make a challenge, and he gets outplayed. But, you know, really this is just G2 as a team, you know, making some slight misplays after kickoffs happen. They've got to play closer together. They're too disconnected. V1 are just, they're exposing them every single time.
G2, I feel like, I want to say, you know, they got some time to figure this out, but version 1 really aren't giving them time to think. They just locked them down here. Even Daniel, not going to commit until the final challenge right there. Beast mode keeping it close. See, sizing up Atomic. He had a better angle there as Atomic trying to get in. And here's another attempt from Chicago, running out of boost, and version 1's there to knock it on the challenge again, and puts it on the far side. Okay, what's your beast mode? Jeez.
That's just how to help out your goalkeeper in 2v2. Beast mode showing how it's done there. Straight back to the play. Forget rotating back post. Just goes straight for the ball. It's much harder for G2 to really see that coming and do something about it. So I think just better defense as a team from V1, better kickoff game. And yeah, when you add all that to their mechanical skill, I mean, that's the difference we're seeing here. I think they do have a mechanical edge in this matchup as well. So it's really G2 who've got to be the smarter team, and they've been outsmarted by a team that are better than them in the mechanical game. This is the result, 4-1.
We have seen Chicago go for more flip resets in this game than I think I've seen him do in 2 RLCS seasons. The new seasons, not the old seasons. He's trying everything to get by them. It's just not working. Daniel in beast mode. Lock up. Did G2 even get a shot on net on that last push? I don't even think they did. They get some space here. Chicago on the left side. Atomic gonna go for the dribble, and they're just missing that scare factor. Like, version 1 just aren't scared. No one's going for a demo. No one's doing anything to try to force version 1 off the ball, off on rotation. It's fully controlled here by version 1.
Not to scare G2 fans too much, but if they don't win this, it's almost over. In fact, they might have just lost this series. They're going to need to beat Daniel in 1v1 if they lose this. If I'm figuring this out correctly, if they lose this game, they're going to be 2-0 down. We go back to 3v3, which they have to win. And then we go to 1v1, which they probably lose. And then they'd have to win the 3v3 as well, which would give V1 the pick of Game 6. They pick ones, and they win the series. I think, the point we're at is that G2 are going to need to beat Daniel in 1v1. Atomic is going to need to beat Daniel in 1v1, unless they can pull out a miracle comeback here.
What's your percentage chance for Atomic beating Daniel in just one game? We saw RazeBull do it yesterday. Does Atomic have that same energy?
Does he have the same chance as RazeBull of beating Daniel in one game? I don't think so. No, I would say Atomic percentage chance to win one game out of two. I'll give him a 20%, I think 20% chance for that to happen. I'm not trying to sell you guys on a dream here. I think that's just a realistic opportunity there for Atomic. He is good enough to probably take a game 1 in 10, and he just needs to get 1 out of 2.
Well, chances might be getting slimmer for G2. You have to play this 3v3 next, but version 1 really cleaned up early in this 2v2. Rested on their laurels for the rest of the game. But maybe G2 get one for the road. Nope, they don't even get that. Knocked away. So here we go, G2 back to the 3v3. Try to right those wrongs, but version 1 looking really clean through 2.
Yeah, and they're going to need to really come back from a horrible position now, G2. I mean, it was something we saw coming. V1 dominating the 2s and 1s. Looking at the records of the two teams coming into this, that was expected. But G2 winning 3v3 was also expected, and they lost on the first try there. So that's the big surprise, is V1 getting that 3v3 win so early. This is not so much of a surprise, but still, you got to give credit to V1 for pretty much every aspect of this game, apart from that goal they conceded where Daniel just completely sold. Everything else was perfect. Their kickoff game was a level above G2. Their synergy and defense was just a level above. And yeah, offense and mechanics just obviously too strong for G2. Now, I've got to just correct a couple people in the live chat here. Jorby asked me percentage chance that Atomic gets 1 game out of 2 tries. So I gave him a 20% because, if he's going to win 1 in 10, what's the chance of that being one of the 2 games we see? I'll give you guys as much time as you need to think about it. In the meantime, we'll get into this 3v3.
Thank you, Math Professor Johnny Boy, helping all of our Twitch chat.
Yeah, if you need any more help, just give me a shout. I'll be here for the rest of the series. But G2 need this. They need to win this badly. They need to win every 3v3 from here on and a 1v1. Mission impossible for G2 starts now.
Well, as always, the start to a great story. See if G2 can start building that here. Running into each other may not help them in that journey. Catch nice from Daniel, leaves it, but Calm had no boost. There's no way he could push forward on it. For G2, a team that tends to get physical when they start getting frustrated on offense. They tried to do that in the first 3v3, but they were not successful. Again, talking about version 1, the way they moved around on defense away from G2 despite them closing in. G2, they don't play a loose rotation. They play very tightly near each other. And the fact that version 1 have dodged those attempts routinely, G2 are going to have to find a way to download how version 1 are seeing the pitch. We just have the better vision right now, and even right now, G2 struggling to get balls consistently by the midfield line.
Yeah, it's not the same, burst that we saw earlier on. Now here it comes, though. Oh, that's a slow shot, though, from Atomic. Chicago's there to finish it off. G2 get the job done. You would have expected it to be maybe 1 shot sooner there from Atomic. Just a slightly awkward angle that he couldn't react to in time. No problem. Chicago's there to finish it off.
Not bad for G2, just as their offense was struggling. JNAP's got a 50 in midfield, set up that whole opportunity. When they take 1 or 3, they eventually found the net, but they don't find the ball there. JNAP's had to come in quickly. That's a huge boomer from Daniel. Calm dove for the dunk. Couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, G2 had a 1-goal lead in game 1. Pretty early as well, just like we've seen here. It was V1 who came back and took the game. They really pressed to the end of regulation and earned that goal to tie and won it deservedly as well afterwards. I think G2's main win condition here is just to keep the pressure on, keep V1 in defense, because V1, when Daniel and Beast Mode start to flex their mechanics in offense, they look really scary, and they have looked really scary all week as well against everyone they played. When they can get firing, oh, look at this again, almost a redirect. In fact, G2 have 1 gold. What?
Oh my God, it's like, wait, not like this. Oh no. Oh, it's like trying to catch the greased watermelon. You know, you're just trying to keep it up. You're not trying to drop it. You know, you're at the fair. You're just trying to win there. And you dropped it. You dropped it. It's all over the floor. Your own goal. What was that?
Oh, I just can't believe it. I mean, they had so much time as well. There was really no reason to panic. There's no one for V1 anywhere near them. I think all 3 G2 players were going to get to the ball first, and I think they've just fallen apart again. V1 with an easy goal. It's beast mode on the counter-attack. G2 are capitulating. I think they're now realizing just how dire the situation is. How do you come back from this? This is a mental disaster, Darby.
OpTic didn't expect beast mode to just get the ball for free in the corner. Chicago down there, he thought surely a touch was coming out. He was playing up, and then the ball just sails over his head. I wonder how in the world was he supposed to predict that, but you're absolutely right. I mean, it is not going well for G2 right now. Not only do they give up the freebie, but then they allow that one. And it just feels like it's getting that much more difficult. Are they about to concede another? They just launch it downfield. But Com's touch, nicely caught by Chicago, and he gets over one defender. That's a good pop. This is a good push here from G2. Delayed touch, back to JNaps, but it's pushed out, too committed from version 1, and it looked like something was developing there. They get a bump. Maybe they get, oh, that one's gonna kill it right there. Daniel gets the catch.
Yeah, still time for G2. They're their own worst enemies in this game, but they do still have a chance to rectify the situation. And like we keep saying, it's a must-win game. They're already up against it, being down 2-0 with 1v1s to come. To go down 3-0 would just be completely impossible, unthinkable to win, and it's just getting worse and worse, Jarby. V1 not slowing down for a moment. Another miss in defense. I mean, it's a tough read for OpTic there, but you'd expect him to be hitting the ball in some way there. No contact. 3-1 V1.
Good dodge economy for beast mode as well on the challenge, knowing he had Chicago screening on the left side, and so waited until the point of contact to dodge into that ball. He had all the forward momentum. Chicago had none, and that's what allowed him to win that 50, open up the door, and make life so awkward for OpTic. Despite them almost making it look too easy, Johnny. I mean, there's a lot that beast mode's doing in this game in particular. The last 3v3 was Daniel conducting in that first man spot, but this one, beast mode has just found his way every time. Common Daniel breaking up as G2 get downfield.
You know, the crazy thing is that Com might just go AFK if V1 can win this, and it wouldn't. And Com could go AFK. He could just leave. In fact, both Com and Beast Mode could just leave. They could just go take a dinner break after this game, and they're still probably going to win the series most of the time, because Daniel could just take it from there by himself. He's like, don't worry about it, guys. I've got 2 shots to beat OpTic in ones. Yeah, leave it to me. We've got 1v1 coming up next. The sweep is likely. I mean, we're not going to lie to you guys. This is probably a sweep. Daniel should beat OpTic, and we tell you that because, number 1, it's true. Number 2, if OpTic does win, I want you to know how impressive it is. I'm telling you, and Jarby's telling you, OpTic can't win very often. If he does, it is an absurd victory, and he should be incredibly proud of himself, carrying G2 back into the match. But yeah, right now it is that bad for G2. Daniel can take it from here.
Well, you know what they say about a 1 in 10 try, but you only need to win one of the 2. However you tried to draw that up, Johnny, I can't even draw it up right in my head anymore. But the point is, the fact that there is a chance means that it might happen. And that's all I'm relying on right now. I'm just relying on OpTic and like, oh yeah, who veteran, you know, oh yeah, really solid defensive gameplay. But this is Daniel, all right? Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just, like, you say 20%, Johnny, I say like 5%. I think there's snowball's chance in the hottest place on earth that OpTic ends up winning this 1v1 against Daniel.
Yeah, you know, that's just, you know, a bit of a guess, to be honest, because OpTic is... It's still unclear just how good he is at 1v1. he was able to beat Cosmic, don't forget. The first game in this tournament that Cosmic played, really the biggest game of Cosmic's competitive career. Atomic beat him. But since then, Cosmic's really looked like a different player, looked more like himself, more of the Cosmic that we would expect. So as impressive as that win for Atomic is, I think we do have to put it down a little bit to Cosmic being nervous in his first massive competitive game when his team was already losing in the series. Here, though, this is a step up even from taking down Cosmic. Daniel is the best 1v1 player in North America. He's easily in anyone who watches 1v1. You've got Daniel in your top 5 without even having to think about it worldwide. So if Atomic can win this, then I am massively impressed, and I'm going to be, immediately jumping him up a tier in my estimation. He's already in a bit of a rough spot here. Anytime Daniel's air dribbling towards Atomic, he's likely to be scoring. If he's got a reset, it's massively favored that he's scoring. And here he comes again.
Daniel got his set up and is just going to keep resetting. Nice chip on Atomic. Good recovery, though, from Atomic. 35 in the tank. Flick on target. Oh, off target, but had it on the lock. We'll get back to it. Good first try here from Atomic going for the flick.
And actually promising as well for Atomic. Daniel's first touch a bit off on a couple of those attempted takeoffs. He gave 2 tries at air dribbling Atomic there. Both of his first touches were not what he's looking for. Oh dear, he's wide open for the demo though. Daniel's just going to play the ball though. He knows the shot's available. Really well done by Daniel, punishing Atomic's awkward position. Yeah, he had just options here. He could have demoed Atomic, could just play for the first touch and goal. He chooses the latter, and he leads 1-0.
Just like that, Atomic just couldn't get a handle of the ball, but a promising first start on those first 2, or that first push that he had. See if he can get another one of those. But how many times will Daniel end up not finding the touch he needs? Atomic trying to find a bump, maybe a demo or a touch, but Daniel just flicks it right into his net.
Yeah, Atomic a bit careless there. You think the inexperience showing. You can see that he is baiting the flick. He's inviting Daniel to flick there by leaving the net just slightly open. But yeah, from that range, he needs to be completely between the ball and his goal, or else any kind of flick that's faster than supersonic speed will not be savable. That being one of them. Now Daniel will get a 3rd goal, pushing the ball around Atomic on the kickoff. Actually, last kickoff, Atomic did pretty well, but if you've watched a lot of Daniel 1v1s, you know that this is his favorite side to go towards. He's very, very strong pushing the ball off this left wall. You'll see a ton of Daniel air dribbles off that left wall immediately after kickoffs. And yeah, this could get ugly. Double figures is a possibility. Atomic missing a chance there off the kickoff of his own.
Oh, goes for the catch, low 50.
Okay.
Hits it. Smart play in front with low boost, and he makes it work.
Love that from Atomic, and we've seen a lot of mind games from him in this event. He pulled one off against Koi the other day as well, yesterday as well. Just very late shot to pop the ball in at the far post. There is Daniel, that same kickoff. Look at this left wall, air dribble, reset. I mean, this is Daniel's bread and butter.
And the musty. Oh, yep. That's a dirty shot from Daniel. You know, Atomic, poor guy, he's like a paper boat in a typhoon in this game. Like, he can't help just being pushed and pulled by the waves that are Daniel. Daniel is the ocean, and Atomic is the little paper boat right now.
You know, what Daniel loves to do on the vast majority of his kickoffs is just try to go to that side wall. He doesn't want to go for an immediate goal. He wants to go for the side wall. Oh, look at Atomic again. Another goal, actually making his offense work. This is a big deal for Atomic. As you know, Daniel is going to be scoring, I think, the majority of his offensive pushes. So Atomic needs to do the same. That's a second one in a row there. When he can get into attack, he is looking good. He's got Daniel pre-jumping too high.
Let's see what he got here. To dodge back. Daniel doesn't get the demo. This is a chance for Atomic actually on the break. Just has to line this up.
Oh, wow.
Favoring him. Daniel, great recovery. Picked up every small pad on his way back. Had the wave dash as well. Everything needed to go right on his recovery there. And it did. But Atomic hasn't given up the ball. Went for another low 50. Gives him a chance to swing across.
Oh, no.
Daniel's got 59, though. Atomic trying to make him scared. Atomic, another low 50. He's out of boost. He's in danger here. It's over his head. Daniel wants the shot. He thought Atomic was going to hit it into him, but he didn't get it. He still gets the ball and gets the boost as well.
Yeah, Daniel nearly demoing Atomic there. Atomic got away from him. Now here comes Daniel again. He's not going to flip into the ball, though. It looked like he was going to hit the post, so he decides against it. This is where Daniel should be able to build an advantage for himself. Oh, hold on. Atomic comes out of nowhere and snipes the ball off Daniel's side. Now, Daniel did not expect that. He thought he had a free touch on the ball. Atomic on the back wall with momentum, beats him to the punch. We are actually in a real game here, ladies and gentlemen. Can Atomic do it?
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The slingshot finding its mark again for Atomic. Needs a couple more here. Flips off the ball. Daniel ball side now. Here he goes. On the catch. Full boost. Air dribble. A bump, maybe no reset, and drops back down into it. He will get the boost steal. Atomic left alone with 32. A little off the line as Daniel comes around. Got the reset available. Wave dash off the post. Only 15 as Daniel protects the ball back to the corner.
Yeah, again, Daniel's first touch on his air dribble setup's not as powerful as we're used to seeing from him. And that's benefiting Atomic. He's got real chances to make saves here. Again, Daniel using so much boost. Atomic will get the stop, but can he get back to it? Not quite. I mean, Daniel had to go all in there because, again, his first touch wasn't perfect, but he did enough. He forced Atomic to make an awkward save, and there was no recovery to follow up.
Atomic, that's tough to do as it's coming down off the bar like that. You got to time your dodge perfectly. He was coming across. He just had so much sideways momentum that it was hard to actually get his car on the side of the ball. He had to get under it. He hit it right up into the bar, but he still got time left. That's a good launch, and good idea to go low, but didn't quite get the touch where he wanted it, as Daniel just simply arrows into the ball and goes up by 3.
Yeah, it's just one more touch than Atomic was expecting. He thought that pre-flip was all Daniel had planned, but Daniel actually air dribbles at the end of the pre-flip. Couple touches to put himself up 6-3. And really at this point, if Daniel gets his hands on the ball after any of these kickoffs that remains in the game, it's probably just over for Atomic. He's already lost another goal, in fact, not just a possession. And yeah, Daniel's just too efficient. He's too dangerous. Atomic fought bravely here. This wasn't a bad showing from him, but when you're really forced to take risks and make the comeback in ones, you leave yourself vulnerable for more goals.
Yeah, a tough one for Atomic. Definitely started to believe it when he brought it within one. Maybe with some sort of heroics here, he can make something happen. Went for the wave dash kickoff. I think it's the first time Atomic switched it up from the standard one, but Daniel easily swipes that ball away. And just has to manage his time well here, really, in the final minute. Atomic, gonna try to make him hurry up. Those 50s aren't really working out. He got that one low 50 early on, and then since then, every low chance Atomic has taken, Daniel is easily killed. Immediately turned into a threat right afterwards. And right here, Daniel, you're gonna have to go the full length of the pitch. I'm not giving you a free touch. It goes straight away. Atomic forced back to the midfield line. That maneuver killed 7 or 8 seconds off the clock itself. That just may have gotten it done right there.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. You know, the real problem with going down by 3 goals against a player like Daniel is he can just waste so much time. He can bait you in. I mean, Atomic has no other option. It might look like a ridiculous challenge here. You're thinking, well, what is Atomic doing? Obviously, Daniel's going to see him coming here. But what choice does he have? If he doesn't challenge, then Daniel's just going to roll the ball around the pitch on top of his car, and then there will be no time left for Atomic to make a comeback. So kind of a lose-lose situation there for Atomic. He's down by so many goals that he's forced to go all in. Ends up conceding again, and now it just looks like an even more one-sided game. But really, this has been over since 6-3. That was, I think, the moment where Atomic's in a position where it's just so difficult to come back against an expert like Daniel, who's clearly performing well today.
Well, Daniel, much like a hummingbird, fast, precise, and absolutely dominant in the air. Great work from Daniel.
Oh, wait.
Oh, this is so close. We wanted it.
That's huge. You know, Daniel, he does not have a great record for pogos in his air dribbles. That would have been brand new for him, I think. I don't know. Has he scored one? Maybe someone in chat can tell me if I'm forgetting one.
I don't think he has.
I've never casted him scoring a pogo in 1v1. He's gone for a lot of them. So that was one of the best bounces I've seen from him. You know, it might sound silly that we're hyping up as much as we are, but that is the next thing in 1v1 that you're going to see in, a couple months, maybe a year from now. Every top level ones player is going to be doing that. There's already a ones main in the Middle East called Dark who does that extremely consistently. That is something that you need to familiarize yourself with. We're going to have that in Pro 1v1. Maybe not 3v3, bit too slow for threes. But Pro level 1v1, That's the future. That's the game that, that's the meta. That's the game that we all love.
And when the 1v1 starts turning into, I mean, even twos, we're seeing pogos happen in twos as well. There's enough space for that. I mean,
yeah.
Just the levels we're going to be at. We're going to be looking at this like we look at RLCSX in Season 9 now with the level of play, the difference that is Daniel on version 1. Absolutely phenomenal performance from version 1, not just in 1v1, but in 2v2 and in 3v3. And much as you had predicted before we got on the cast, Johnny, you felt like version 1 were too strong. They absolutely showed it here. I mean, what a team.
Yeah. I didn't think they were going to win 4-0, though, for the record. I thought probably 4-2, 4-3 would be more likely. Winning both of the 3v3s is not what I expected at all. But yeah, 1v1, the fact that we're, good chance of getting at least 2 of those just gives them such an advantage against a team like G2. No disrespect to them. They just aren't there yet with their 1v1 capabilities. I think 2v2, they probably are. That was just a brilliant game from Daniel and Beast Mode. I think for G2, they've got to get back into the lab with their 2v2 kickoffs and their 1v1 just all around. That's how they become a world-class team in crew battles. Until then, I think they're going to be there or thereabouts. They can get some upsets. They can make a reasonable run at Gamers 8. But to be a contender for the event, they need to be better in ones.
Well, Johnny, I've loved talking to you and learning math from you alongside everyone. But won't lie to you. Banks, tell me, 2 + 7 × 32 when divided by 10. Go.
+7 times 9 times 32 is, I don't know, because Jorby just brings you the energy like a supercharged toaster. Yeah, that's what I thought, buddy. I absolutely love you guys. We have fun here at Gamers Without Borders, don't we? We have our first finalist, Cole. No losses so far from version 1. Yeah. That has to stand for something.
That was good fun, wasn't it, version 1? The 4-0 versus G2 Esports. I mean, in hindsight, obviously version 1 were victorious, right? Like, it all makes perfect sense now it's all been and done. But I don't think some people expected a big old 4-0, a dominant 4-0.
It really was. I was wrong. I was wrong in literally every single way. So it was going to be G2 winning the 3s all throughout. No, instead, version 1, they smash it out. And also, G2, fun little fact, they didn't score as many goals in the entire series as Daniel did on his own in the 1v1.
So that's what you were figuring out on your fingers. It wasn't Jorby's little maths question, which I thought I had in my head for a second, and then I lost it. Did you not at all? Oh, he was asking.
No, not even slightly, no. But version 1, what an unbelievable showing from them. Not just in those 3v3s that they managed to take away from G2, which, as Johnny was saying, you'd expect them to take 1 or 2 potentially, but the fact that, they managed to win both of them, didn't even go to any other 3v3s, and then also, Cole, those 2s and the 1s. Just an utterly dominant performance from them throughout.
I mean, that's what you'd expect, especially from the 1v1. The 2v2, I think a 4-1 was, I thought it would be a little bit closer than that, basically, with Chicago and Atomic, because they are, of course, great players in their own right, but Beast Mode in particular just took it away from G2 Esports. But I think the real story here is, as you alluded to, winning 2 3v3s in a row against G2. And again, I'm seeing this in the context of a Rocket League season. Version 1, they're this team, they've come together, totally hyped up. Daniel, Beast Mode, are they going to be as good as we want? They're turning into the team that's as good as we want them to be. And this is the team that may well win Gamers 8 as well. We might be looking at future champions right now, Banks.
Ooh, I mean, our series highlights on your screen right now presented to you by Aramco. Now, I think G2 were just put on the back foot very early on. Everyone anticipated them to come out of the gate swinging with the 3v3s, and it just didn't happen like Stumpy said. But, this is where cracks are exposed when it comes to our orgs who are competing here in this format. And that's why I love it so much, Stumpy.
Yeah, and I completely agree with what Cole said earlier as well. I called it at the start of this competition. Version 1, they are one of the strongest teams coming into this entire event. With Dan and Beast Mode, they excel at the 3s, 2s, and the 1s. With B Mode and Dan coming in as that 2v2 team as well, they literally don't have a weakness, which is a really scary thing from them. And what great timing from V1 to pick up Daniel to create this fun little NA super team.
I mean, with G2 as well, they're about to face Koi in the lower bracket final, and maybe Chicago is going, should have got a 1v1 guy in. We should have. We should have taken.
Yeah, maybe we should have practiced them.
Maybe we should have got an external guy in to do our 1v1s. We're going to have a quick look at the updated bracket. Let's have a look at the updated bracket as we approach the final 2 best of 7s of the day. As you can see in the upper bracket version 1 with that cool, clean 4-0. And Koi are currently awaiting G2 in that lower bracket final position. Koi, a team who lost their first match and have just powered through that lower bracket, Stumpy. I mean, what an impressive performance from them so far.
Koi have been wonderful. They've been so much fun to watch as well. Yeah, G2 beat them to start off with, but they've made the run through Axel, through Complexity, and through OpTic Gaming. But now, that massive, massive challenge against G2 Esports. Koi are no slouches, though. G2, I was saying that, you know, they are just the better team when you look at them compared to Koi. But that version of G2 and that version of Koi, I really don't think it's as clear-cut as a lot of people might think.
Also remember as well that it was S5 Cosmic's first match in this entire tournament was against Atomic, and he lost it 6-2. That's where the nerves came in. I guarantee you that S5 Cosmic is desperate to have a run back against Atomic right now. Like, let me at him. I've got to prove myself against this guy.
We have the possibility of a rematch as well going into the grand final, but you know, I kind of want to see Koi in the way that they're playing against version 1. I don't know, that's just me. But we got G2 going up against Koi in the lower bracket final best of 7. Let's hope they don't get too coy and shy away from the 3v3. Dad joke. Let's go. See you after the break.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. The lower bracket final is fast approaching, and one team has had to battle their way all the way through that lower bracket to get to this point, and the other has just lost in that upper bracket final. I'm joined by Dazarin and Corelli in this awesome virtual studio here at Gamers Without Borders. Dazarin, two different teams coming in with two completely different mental spaces at this point. One coming off the back of a streak of wins, the other coming off a loss literally moments ago. How did G2 control, alt, delete that, and then come back into this match?
You know what they do? They look back at the upper quarterfinals where they played Koi and they swept them. And they say, you know what? We got this in the bag. Feel cool, confident, and collected. It won't be as easy now. I think, you know, when G2 first played, we saw the Atomic Cosmic 1v1. Cosmic was a little nervous. But I think G2 should be comfortable and confident in every other game mode. And that ability should be able to take them forward.
Corelli, welcome back to the show. Yesterday took us through some awesome series. Today, hopping in for the lower bracket final and the grand final. Who's impressed you the most so far today, individually, collectively?
Well, I'd have to say version 1 just looked clean across the board. We kind of had our criticisms of, oh, well, maybe they're losing some of the 3v3s. You know, they're not, you know, the Daniel beast mode. Sure, they should mop the floor with everyone. They hadn't done that up until this G2 series. But I also just want to highlight Koi as well. I feel like Koi's a team that nobody gave a shot coming into at least this lower bracket final to even be here. And they've really shown that not only can they win with Cosmic in the 1v1 now as he's gotten comfortable, but also taking off those 3v3 matchups that are crucial here in this format.
Yeah, I mean, Dazarin, we've seen a few series go the distance already. Do we feel like this next one could go the difference? I mean, actually, I've got to say, what do you feel like has been the main difference maker so far? Do you reckon it's the twos? Because we mentioned it yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, it could be the twos. I mean, for me, it just comes down to Atomic at the end of the day. Atomic had a good day yesterday. We saw him really take control of things. And if Atomic can do that in every game mode possible, I feel like that elevation as G2's backs are kind of against the wall here is going to be key. Version 1 definitely felt like they just had the series in the bag. I mean, we look at even just like the goal differentials in all those games. They just felt cool, confident, in control. Koi going in OpTic earlier today as well was a little shaky from them, a lot more closer knit of a series. So for G2 to really push it to that next level, just relying on Atomic, kind of letting him do what he can, get warmed up, I think will be a big benefactor. Because if they slip up, Koi could take this. They're definitely on a run right now.
Well, whoever wins this best of 7, Corelli, you know, they face off against version 1, as you already know, in the grand final. And like I've already said, I want to see if Koi can just keep this streak up. I don't know. I'm kind of team Koi right now. I feel kind of bad. But they've been on social media blowing it up, saying they're just as surprised as all of us that they've made it to this point and they're just having fun.
Oh, yeah, and I think they should feel pretty confident going into the next matchup, too. Yeah, they got beaten 3-0 by G2 earlier, but those two 3v3 matchups were really, really close. And I think it's funny that you say, oh, we're surprised that they made it. It's been a surprising run for them, but it's a new roster, and so I don't think they had a ton of expectation. And it'll be interesting to see actually even further when they go on to other tournaments, not only here, but in Gamers A or in RLCS now, because that expectation, I think, has been brought to a new bar, a new high here for Koi, as they've really curved out nicely in this lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't really any expectations on their shoulders, so it's just whatever happens, happens, and I love that. Right. One win here, an additional $75,000 that you get to donate to a charity of your choice. Dazarin, I'm going to come to you first. What's your prediction for this next match?
Ooh. Man, I've believed in the Koi run. I'm going to say it stops here, though. I'm going to have the G2 looking for the rematch against version 1 in the final.
What about yourself, Corelli?
I'm going with the Koi boys. They played G2 close last time in those 3-3 matchups. They threw one of them as well. I think they're able to pull it out this time. They've got a lot more confidence here. Cosmic's going to get another crack at Atomic as well, where he didn't look very good. I'm going with Koi.
Clash of minds here in the studio. It's time to head over to our casters for the lower bracket final. This is a mental game, this one. Who has the grit, the determination to battle through this and emerge in the grand final alongside version 1? There's only one way to find out. Let's head over to Spaceman and Lemon Kiwi. Take us into the lower bracket final, please.
That's right, this is your lower finals, and Koi probably didn't expect to be here up until this point. Spaceman, Lemon Kiwi, and talking more specifically other direction, it's G2 who come into this off of a loss to arguably the best team in the tournament so far, version 1, but Koi are a surprise dark horse, Lemon, and in this instance, you're looking at them and thinking they have everything they need, even in this rematch, to potentially take it to G2 and go to a grand final.
It's a good point that you bring up the rematch. It was a 3-0. That's why I'm kind of vibing with Dazrin, but the Cinderella story of going through that entire lower bracket, Koi are the team to watch. I think that's why everyone's keeping their eyes on them. But what set the tone for me was their win over OpTic. I wasn't sure if they were just feeling themselves day one, catching some good teams on off days, but Koi have earned the respect of everyone after this qualifier.
They really have, and I think that's a big takeaway for Koi, especially against the likes of G2, is that G2 are not going to come in timid. They have earned the respect of the top dogs, a team in G2 that's arguably top 4 in North America, on their good days winning championships, on their bad still contending. But Koi makes some changes, right? You have Gyro, the longest standing member of the Rogue/Koi roster, now new faces around him, and look at what they've been able to do. Johnny said it best, this is one of the best 3 teams we have here, and how they've been playing in these opening matchups has been crucial towards their success. They take down the likes of some of the best here, and they've gone up against some of the best as well. But for G2, I think getting back to baseline is really important. You want to start off with a game 1 win, surely, but as we kick things off here in game 1, about a minute burn so far, and it's really just been all of G2 with pressure early on, like we're so used to seeing.
And G2, you're feeling good about their 3s game. It's more about the 2s and the 1s, especially against a team like Koi who brought in that specialist. I believe G2 have lost almost every 2v2 and 1v1 except against Koi. And I think that's why you can go into this match if you're a G2 fan with a lot more confidence. But they are coming off of a 4-0 loss, which was excruciating. They just couldn't handle the Daniel buff. And Koi are coming off of a win. And that's why I agree with our analysts that this is a hard match to go in to predict.
If you're Koi, you want to catch G2 on a loss against V1 as well. You're kind of getting steam through the lower bracket. Koi takes down OpTic. Of course, V1 handles business against G2. And now you win this, you move to the grand finals. Granted, if you're a fan of both these teams, they have qualified for Gamers 8, so you can breathe easy at night knowing that. But still, you want to know what's going to happen, whether G2 have the resolve to get back to another grand final. But if you want to get those channel points in, predict who's going to win this series, do it now, as the poll will close momentarily. But speaking of, it's been all of starts for G2. They've had a lot of pressure and a lot of time to move that ball upfield freely. Finally, the defense does close in and deny the extra push, but we haven't seen a lot of offense from Koi to start.
Well, with minutes gone by, it's still a 0-0 score. Chicago has 2 defenders. Cheese coming back, and this pinches off to the corner. Atomic looking for the recovery. Actually, J-Naps grabs that off the wall. Gyro denies. And G2, though, they've been patrolling and looking for their opportunity to strike and still not finding much. Maybe it's just getting back into their groove. Obviously, you're facing an easier, quote, team in Koi versus, you know, the version 1. So hopefully G2 have gained back that confidence.
Oh, you're struggling with boost for the moment for Koi. That's why G2 are pushing this ball towards the top backboard. They're forcing an awkward clear. And it's worked out. G2 have had more than their fair share of chances to put this one away. And the slow drop, pulling defenders off the play, forcing that aggressive push, forcing the double commits. You're pressured and stressing now if you're Koi on defense. Try to find this clear and get upfield again. G2 have to move through a best-of-7. All best-of-7s here today for every single matchup. Grand finals will be no different. All crew battle formats. But to start, I mean, Koi have not had a lot of possessions in this game, and it shows. They have struggled to clear their own side of the field.
They had like one clear, and then it was brought right back to them, refunded. Now they're just getting demoed on their own end. Here's a chance. Sosa falls up, gets past one. It's an open net. Koi were trapped, and they bite back.
I don't know if that's a misplay by Atomic, but I think he gets called off here because Chicago turns right. He's too late to the call. Atomic needs to go for that ball, and Chicago needs to fall back in rotation. That's a miscue from G2 you do not see too often. The midfield usually theirs. That's a blunder. And Koi capitalize. Again, a team that doesn't make a lot of mistakes in threes, but you can't out-pressure them. G2 shoot themselves in the foot, and Koi have a 1-0 lead.
How did G2 strike back? It was a low score in game 2 against version 1, but this is a different team. And Koi able to punish already an early mistake, but like you pointed out, best of 7, a lot of time to fix those. As Chicago lands right down to Koi, looking for the counterattack. Cheese up high as Gyro to the right, doesn't need the help. Good save by G2.
And this is what you want if you're Koi. You withheld the pressure from G2. You put everything you have towards the backboard. You clear off those last pinches. The ISO chow from G2 doesn't work out, and it's just a slow push upfield for the counterattack as Gyro does find the clear and eventual possession, but stays alive on the play. G2 will have to try again. They've essentially showed Koi everything they have on offense. They're not going to change the cards too much, but the deck reads the same, and Koi are ready for it. They're more than happy to play these one-on-one challenges and keep clearing this ball to the corner.
I'm not seeing too much panic from Koi too, and that's good to see considering it's G2 that you're facing, a top 4 team in North America, and Koi, this newer team, presenting themselves and obviously making a huge statement and earning the respect, as we've mentioned, and even getting a goal. And they're in the lead with 31 seconds left. G2 have been pounding this net and haven't found the gap quite yet. Atomic won't be able to connect with his compatriots who are on the other side of the field. Chicago be able to get this and flicks it above, but how is that saved? Koi, hold on.
It's a good shot from Chicago, but this is where G2 start to get dangerous, right? Like they've pulled the defense thin. They have gaps in the middle of the net that you can put a powerful shot towards. A lot of boost for Chicago, looking for the infield cut. Gyro just enough to interrupt the play and get in the lane to disrupt the push from G2. And now you have to go the length of the field post to post with no time on the clock. Koi will take game 1 and start off hot against their former adversaries earlier in the winner bracket. It was a 3-0 sweep by G2, but here things are very different in the lower final.
It feels like a stalemate still because Koi's only goal was off of a defensive mistake from G2, not having that third man rotated in the right spot to even have a save. Was a completely open net. And despite G2 feeling like they owned the offense, they kept Koi trapped for so long. It just took one good counterattack to give Koi game 1. And it's just unfortunate because I felt G2 did look threatening on that offense.
And they did, and this is really just a tell of the tapes with how good Koi are on their defensive prowess. Like how good they are at recognizing mistakes from G2, because all it took was one mistake. It was one miscue in the comms from G2. They left the midfield open, nobody challenges, and Sosa pokes the ball free and gets a goal. That's a mistake you don't see often, but Koi had one opportunity in this game to really put a shot on net. They didn't have a lot of sustained offense upfield. It was all of G2. The one opportunity they have, they take it, they score. G2 are down 0-1 in the series to start. That is all credit to Koi in that opening bets of 3, but now things change. You've been with us this weekend. You know how it works. If you haven't, welcome into crew battles. You lose the first game, any game in this series. You now have a choice for the other team to pick which one they want. They want 1s, or they want 2s, and so on and so on. We roll through all the modes, and it's a best of 7, so you got to win 4 on this one. But we're going to 1s. We're going right back to what's worked last time. Cosmic, of course, the 1s main here for Koi. He's an extra player they're bringing in, a substitute, if you will, for Atomic. We saw this prior. Atomic handled his business, made Cosmic look silly. Granted, nerves were a factor, but I wonder if things will be different here as Koi seemed to be on the rebound.
I wonder if it's just Chicago feeling off his game because G2 chose a 2v2 against version 1 earlier on and maybe disappointed with that performance, putting Atomic in against the 1 specialist, which is, I'm surprised to see, obviously already early possession from Cosmic. Atomic trying to get out of his own end, gets demoed, and Koi score first.
Cosmic's look good today. And I think he's made some small adjustments against Atomic. Again, granted, they played yesterday, so it's not a lot of time, but the demo is just the icing on the cake. It's a solid catch right in the offensive third, and that flip's going to burn Atomic. Didn't have a lot of presence towards his own goal line, and once you're caught, again, in 1s, you get caught out of position, you're probably going to get punished for it. But it's those extra wave dashes off kickoff, the recoveries that really help stabilize Atomic in some of these, and he gets caught again. It's going to be a little bit wide, but I do like the idea from Cosmic, and I'll see what he can do.
And now that I have my memory back, I guess I'm less surprised because Koi picked the 1v1 against G2, and that was one of the few games that Cosmic lost, and here is the tie. 6-2 was the score between Atomic and Cosmic the last time they faced, and I can see this being more competitive now.
We're talking about 2 of the best midfielders in the game. You're looking at FaZe's Mist, and you're looking at G2's Atomic. So when it comes to the midfield battle, regardless of who wins the kickoff, if you give Atomic space, you're going to get burned. And if you give the kickoff to Cosmic and you don't get back as you half flip to the side for boost, you're going to get burned as well. It's another great recovery right off the bounce.
And we've seen some So a lot of goals come with those kickoffs. Sometimes people trying to go for delays. You never know how that 50 is going to turn out. And like you said, how quickly you are to recover. And Koi, aka Cosmic, I was just going to go with Cosmic now. I'm so used to saying team names, but Koi, the quick forgiveness after Atomic found his first one. I like that Atomic is kind of this wait and see player though. And it feels like Cosmic has a lot of possession. Now Atomic gets a chance, but chasing this down. It's a duel of the century, it feels like. Atomic with the first shot, nothing Cosmic is worried about.
I mean, Cosmic has looked so confident today. And again, I think maybe it's trial by fire yesterday, caught off guard. There was a lot of pressure on his shoulders to come in immediately against G2 and perform. But he got that out of the way, shook off the rust, and all of a sudden he is turned on into a different gear. This kid is the real deal. If you've been watching ones, you know the name Cosmic. You know how good he is, but you also know how good at striking Atomic can be, as he baits out a quick save to the side and punishes for a tie game.
Just really good timing, even just tucking it into the left side when you see the dive from Koi. 2-2. And this is how G2 can, at least hopefully for them, climb back in this series. And against one of the best ones players we've had in this tournament in terms of results that Cosmic has been able to put up would be huge for G2. But we were expecting them to put have a bigger splash in threes. Goal line saved by Atomic, as Cosmic was hoping to just bulldoze his way through.
Still plenty of time here, as Cosmic will get the back grab, and you're going to go to the air. You're going to get punished from the sidewall. Look, Atomic's not going to miss that touch very often, if at all. It's the right play by Cosmic. He has no boost, he has no choice, but he has to go for the grab. And Atomic was calling game from the ceiling very, very quickly. It's going to be an opening goal there. Atomic making it 3-2 for G2, and off the kickoff wins it again.
But the lead hasn't gone past one for either player, as Cosmic sends it in deep, has the follow-up corner boost. Atomic gets the touch to at least buy some time. Cosmic decides to respect that, falls back to the midfield. Atomic pinches Cosmic. That wall flips it over his head. Cosmic goes for the shot and gets it and ties it 3-3.
It's great recovery too. That backflip stalls. Atomic has to play the high bounce, and Cosmic immediately waves back and puts it on target. Nicely done by the young one. A lot of pressure on this kid's shoulders. How yesterday went, how he's performed today. Having a one specialist when a lot of teams wouldn't even consider a sub for this tournament, and how many specific players in ones were practicing. But you're always going to have to worry about the veteran cadence of somebody like Atomic. We're on the kickoff yet again. It's a quick shot and a quick pull-up. Wins the chow, the 50 is his, and puts it away.
Yeah, I was more worried if Cosmic was going to be warmed up while his team is playing threes. I'm sure he's just practicing ones, waiting for his moment to shine, and then goes back to having snacks. So it's a lead now for G2, but Koi, aka Cosmic, have always been quick to respond, like we've mentioned. Doesn't have a lot of boost, though.
Yeah.
Atomic will send this back, and he gets the chase and has more resources at the end. Now it's a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, these midfields are tough here for Cosmic because he just kind of loses possession of the ball when he comes back, and Atomic immediately picks up on the read and moves downfield. Wins the extra touch, gets out in front, has a lot of boost to be able to, again, punch it forward. With Cosmic, not much in the tank, not much you can really respond with either. You're not able to stabilize back. And the aerials have been there for Atomic. So basically, the majority of his goals so far in this ones has come from whether it's been right up the gut of midfield, using towards the backboard, or circling through the corner. We've seen it a couple of times. Atomic's had more than enough space. You got 2 minutes and 15-ish seconds on the clock. A lot of time here for Cosmic. Down by 2. Atomic trying to make it 3, but he'll give possession right back.
Yeah, didn't have enough boost. As I like that Cosmic was just waiting for Atomic's reaction on the defense, dribbles it up, and Atomic reads it well, pre-jumps, blocks, goes back to Cosmic though, and counterattack isn't there for Atomic yet, as Cosmic just tries to go up and above, and feels like Atomic has been able to keep him at bay pretty steadily. I've seen some pretty threatening positioning from Cosmic, and Atomic hasn't let anything through.
Waited, bought time, plays it appropriately, that's the goal. You give Atomic some space, but you also have to kind of circle, keep an eye on the post. Cosmic does it, and a beautiful touch back out to midfield to give him the lead.
Oh, it's about time, too. I was starting to get worried. He had a 2-goal lead for Atomic, biggest lead we've had in this ones match so far. And Cosmic has had a few attempts, and usually just possessions have been converted in that first half, hence why we have such a high-scoring game, it feels like. But Cosmic has been stalled out a lot more. Now 90 seconds. Cosmic grabs the boost, but Atomic up and above, and Koi can't save it.
Oh, this off cadence from Atomic is just masterful here. Through the corner, playing boost instead. Atomic got him right here. You're not expecting that quick of a shot. You're expecting Atomic to maybe try to hold the reset and play it close towards the net, but instead just puts it away. And Cosmic was not prepared. 2-goal lead here for G2. A very decisive game 2 at that. Want to tie up this series. Last thing you want is more momentum in Koi's pocket. Is that going to float in? Okay, I guess it will. He had no boost, but still.
I'm surprised too. I mean, Atomic gets that jump, but just couldn't recover in time. And Cosmic starts to come back. That 2-goal lead starting to shrink down to 1. He got plenty of time and feels like we're going to be here forever because they're just scoring every time they have the ball. Cosmic wins the kickoff too, and
nice.
Atomic
Well
just own goals, but
well done.
all good. 6-6.
Good job, Atomic. That was great. Well, if you wonder how quickly we're going to get back into this game, the question was what the adjustments would be made by Cosmic, and I think Atomic kind of helped him in that department. So, W's in the chat for that. We go again.
Minute left, and G2 desperately needing to tie the series. But obviously, this is a team you were supposed to favor. If you were just looking at these two teams on paper, you would obviously predict G2, but performance on the day is what makes everyone question, as Koi have taken down some serious teams, OpTic and others. And G2, coming off that 4-0 loss, is what makes you think, do they still got that dog in them? And that's when you put all the eggs in the Atomic basket, as he has to race back and is able to stop that just narrowly.
I mean, that bum twice on some of these counterattacks has stopped Atomic from going right upfield and scoring again. Great presence and spatial awareness out of Cosmic to understand he has to shut the play down before grabbing boost. Does it now. Atomic holds the reset, plays it low to the turf, but Cosmic will try to swing through the corner and does so. Is he out freely? That's a goal, and Atomic won't be anywhere close. The poise from Cosmic, back-to-back bumps to shut down the counterattack. Atomic get caught, the edge guard's there, and it's a poke free. A beautiful shot downfield. Nicely done. Koi, 7-6.
But as individuals, Atomic and Cosmic are so good, but in ones, just every positional mistake is exposed, and Cosmic will find those. 8 seconds left for Atomic to get it, and he just can't. Cosmic with yet another punish.
I mean, this has been the physicality of the last 30 seconds. Atomic's getting bullied here, and Cosmic gets him out of the way. That is a insane recovery in this game by Cosmic. The micro adjustment, taking away the midfield game of Atomic, winning some of these kickoffs. The delayed hit just ISOs it and clears this one away. GG's all around for Koi. Cosmic steps up yet again. I feel like it's the story so far of Koi this tournament. They have been flawless in threes. They've looked good in every other game mode, but Cosmic has been the MVP. This kid is real, and he's legit. A 2-0 lead for Koi.
And the earlier conversations this tournament was, does Koi perform well in threes compared to all the other teams who have been together for so long, like G2? And Koi have proved themselves in threes. Yes, that might be their, quote, weaker game mode, but when they dominate in 2s and 1s, that's how Koi were able to get ahead on a lot of teams. And G2 not starting off the threes well, not scoring once, but obviously Atomic had a way better performance. Just overall, this series or this match of ones has been better than the last ones. And obviously, Cosmic took some lessons, took some notes from how their last matchup went. It was 6-2 for Atomic last time. And now what, 8-6 here. So different.
Yeah, look, it was a pretty convincing hold from Atomic from the last time these two teams played in the ones. Granted, Cosmic was, I'm sure, nervous kind of the first time on the stage. This kid's really one of the first tournaments he's really played in, but you're going up against a veteran Atomic who's seen World Championship competition at the highest level. Also, just in ones, a very tough player to beat at the midfield. Cosmic making a lot of adjustments here so far. And just looking at the scratch we have so far, a 2-0 lead in the series for a team that got swept last time in the winners round. Now you're in the lower finals with a chance to play V1. You're on a hot streak. Momentum's on your side. We're going back to threes. G2 have to turn things around here, or Koi are going to be on match and series point. And we all know what that means. They're not going to leave anything on the table. It could be a very dangerous situation for G2.
I still think Atomic should have his head held high. So that's already a tongue twister, because that last one's game was decided in the last 30 seconds. You know, the lead never got past 1 or maybe 2. As Cosmic, just like you said, got a lot more physical at the end, and Gyro strikes, and Koi are up 1.
And there's the 50 through the corner. The lack of clears from G2. JNaps doesn't get the catch that he wants, and Sosa follows up. He was the only person on Koi to find a goal in game 1, punished a mistake from G2. Similarly here, but different results. Still a 1-0 lead regardless. 20 seconds have been burned, but Koi do have a lead, and they've won the kickoff. We'll see what they can do with it, but possession for the moment for G2. And I like the pressure early from Koi, right? It's a change that we saw from game 1. They were stuck on their own back line. They were being pushed, but they've been giving G2 everything they have, and these shot placements are great.
Koi are performing so well today, like I said, just the fact that it wasn't just a fluke at the start of the tournament, catching some teams not warmed up. Koi have proven themselves, and this threes game already looking better. The fact that they just get that first goal, they look threatening more on the offense. They're not trapped anymore. As G2 go for demos, now Atomic harasses, gets the ball away. Chicago to the backboard, and G2 can't connect on that, and it falls away.
I mean, already upfield, you're already seeing members of Koi circling and overextending, which, again, just steals boosts right out of the tank of G2 and keeps them stuck on their own goal line. So they're going to have to play a lot of these clears low. Luckily, Atomic was rotating into the play, which gave him credence to now make his move. Has the reset, uses it, and gets it right off the top bar, but a big save from Koi to keep their lead intact. 1-0, and the double commits at midfield mean nothing. What a play out of Koi, even though G2 sets it up perfectly. Oh, man. Oh,
Got
brother.
it at the end of the day.
There it is.
Okay, Atomic, self-pass, and right to chain ups with 2 defenders diving for it. So close, finding the gap. And that's G2's first goal in threes after the shutout, the stalemate that we experienced in the first game, despite G2 having many opportunities on the offense, finally breaking through, and can be feeling good to be competitive against Koi.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what you need, right? If someone has to step up, if JNaps is the one doing it, you'll take it all day, every day. But Chicago's slow roller, easily denied. The pressure now beginning for G2, what we're used to and accustomed for this squad. But Koi handling it quite well, and they're winning a lot of 50s back in midfield. That's a good sign of things to come.
Atomic sees the challenge, runs out of boost. JNaps keeps it going. To the corner, though, Gyro not only grabs the boost, but grabs the ball. But G2 keep them trapped with the midfield presence as Sosa sends it down. But not the immediate follow-up. G2 were there first. And this is the type of, trying to just break through. Chicago had 2 defenders. Couldn't bully his way through, and Koi get a clear. Something that they're doing a lot better compared to game 1.
I mean, yeah, look, you're breaking out of the stronghold that G2 have, which, again, for any team is a feat in and of itself. But this is a Koi roster that had struggled in game 1. Sample size still small, relatively wise. It got a couple of games to play here, but G2 put the pressure on. Koi finally responding to it. These big clears are getting out past midfield, keeping numbers up, which is big as well. You got Cheese flying through the corner, Gyro at midfield, confidence player if he's feeling good. You're expecting high-powered offense to follow. Got to make sure you don't give G2 the extra touch, taking away the rebound opportunities. Big plays on the defensive end by Koi.
Holding G2 at bay. Remember that game 1 was 9 shots to 2 for G2, and I'm gonna give you one guess. It'll probably be wrong on who won that game. Koi just had one good counter attack, but this has obviously been a better showing from G2. A couple of missed touches there, all good. Gives Koi a chance to have an offense going. And now that G2 had rotated for the defense, something that Koi had to wait patiently to recover in the midfield. Cheese gets it set up to the corner, but Atomic is there. Koi gonna keep battling for possession, but trying to build up that threat level is a different story.
They're leaving, and by they being Koi, leaving their island player as a bit of a flex at midfield. Once they fall out of position, they're circling at that 50-yard line and keeping themselves involved on the play. So if someone has to come up for a challenge off the backboard, G2 try to clear, Koi up for the contest. The 50s have been favoring the team in orange to start. The demo just leads way to an opposite ping-pong shot, and we go back to Boomball for the moment. Sosa was thinking about boost, but had to take the challenge early. And Gyro dumps it back to the midfield. Ought to have been an insane pre-jump pass, but I don't think it's going to happen. G2 try to stuff it through the right side. But here we go. Pressure now on Koi. The defense has been great. Can they hold it? Can they get back downfield before G2 begin yet again?
Oh, time flies. 43 seconds. Chicago. Oh, it's off the right post. But Atomic can keep this going, or maybe not. All the defenders harassing him and going for the clear. It's brought right back. JNAPS waits for what Sosa is cooking. Flies through the air, has the boost. Try and carry Koi to an offense, but it feels like most likely G2 could be scoring next. JNAPS didn't get the touch he wanted. The coverage too much for Koi on this defense.
This pressure through the corner is big, though. Cheese does get the full tank. 20 to work with here. Game clock turned off, 6 to play. G2 have to go post to post, and Koi are just trying to hold on to this midfield pressure. It's the catch from Atomic. Back to ones for a moment, you'd think, but we go to OT here in game number 3. A very important one for G2 to keep their tournament run alive here. But for Koi, you win this, you're up 3-0, and you only need one more.
It only takes one bad mistake, too, to give either Koi match point for a chance to go to the grand final against version 1, or G2 a slow climb back in the series, maybe going to 2s. We'll see how confident they feel about that. They opted for ones last time. Atomic and Chicago will be up to bat next. But it's how you can set the tone in your 3s. You're not happy about how game 1, you didn't get any goals, but G2 looked better here, and it's been many more offenses in the second half and in this overtime. But peeling back Koi on this defense seems difficult. Now you got to bring in the demos of your G2, and it's the red carpet to the net, and G2 take game 3.
This is the pressure that you set up from JNAPS and Atomic with a beautiful extra touch that puts it on a floater. Everybody follows suit. Chicago's out for rotation just in case. Backboard is clear. Demo opens house, and they clear the lane. G2, a must win here in game 3, and they finally find themselves with something to show in this series.
Whew, my heart is racing. I was not sure, because this was going to be the worst day ever for G2. You got 4-0'd by version 1. Not that the score, it's more not the result, the total result that was surprising, but rather the scoreline of 4-0. And then this was maybe heading that 4-0 direction of Koi. We're going to win this game 3 in terms of the mental bounce back from G2. But this is a massive win for G2 just to not only get back in the series physically, but mentally too.
I mean, look, this was a bit of a masterclass defensively from Koi. They really read everything G2 had to throw at them, essentially word for word, and it came down to a couple of audibles on the goal line. You see some physicality coming out for G2. Hi, welcome back. You're seeing the demos start to be brought out more and more. That is the extra flair that G2 have in their game plan that really wasn't here in the first 4 minutes, 59 seconds. All of a sudden, they start bringing it out. Koi can't respond, can't do anything but tip your cap to G2. They stay alive in this series, but it means we're granted and given a 2v2 coming up here on Coliseum. Best of 7, G2 trying to tie things up for the equalizer. Now we go into Cheese and Gyro versus Chicago and Atomic. The same 2s we just saw against V1. Now we're seeing Cheese and Gyro go up against this 2-headed Hydra, and I still look at Koi and say, you know what? On paper and in game, this 2's line up a lot better than what Chicago and Atomic are probably going to bring to the table. Again, this is not a team that's very strong in 2s nor 1s. G2 known for their 3s, obviously. Koi should be feeling very confident going into this one.
And Koi were able to win their 2s match against OpTic, but dropped it pretty heavily against Complexity. But that was the only game they did drop against Complexity. And like we said, Koi have taken out the big dogs and almost a big goal. What was that save by Gyro right at the goal line? But you're not out of the woods yet. If you're Koi, you get a big clear here. Looks like Chicago is ready to bring it right back.
It's a great pass to Atomic off the ceiling. Would have been off the top bar, but regardless, the defense is there to make things more interesting. And after this, we go back to 3s, and then we reset the board for whoever eventually loses our guaranteed game number 5. We are definitely getting at least 6. But here we go, through the corner, trying to play bully ball here as G2 put their numbers up, but not escaping. Gyro very much struggling to hold on to possession before he gives it to Cheese.
It's going to take a lot of effort out of G2 to score, just with what I've already seen from Gyro. But at least he forces his way through the left side. Chicago tips it out of the reach of Koi. Now start to pressure the corner, and Chicago wins that. Has Atomic by his side looking for the redirect, but Gyro pops it up. Again, he makes huge defensive plays to make sure G2 can't connect.
That's a mistake there from Cheese. He was trying to catch that ball on the swing and then transition immediately down, but he actually plays under it, doesn't get the touch, and then the entire counterattack stalls because of it. Sometimes the play breaks down. Cheese misses the touch on the sidewall, and G2 are up. They're ready, and from there, they punish.
And Gyro can get the touch to put into the corner. You know, sometimes he's the hero and sometimes he's the villain. All good. I think G2 could have had more goals if it wasn't for Gyro. But how do Koi form that counterattack that they showed that one time on game 1? And that's where the K stands for cope, as they hope to try and come back in this threes match. Here comes Atomic, and love that challenge from Gyro, but couldn't recover possession. So Koi are just taking shot after shot.
Ooh, that's good as well. Just a little bit awkward on the angle. Listen, if you're a Rogue fan, also known as Koi, at this point, you know Copium. Like, we know this very, very well. These fans have been through it. They are the masters of Hopium and Copium, but they definitely have a good squad on their hands here, and now it just comes down to equalizing and tying up this game. So plenty of time on the clock. Cheese will find the possession here. The cross on the redirect. Buys enough on the double pinch, and here we go. 2 commit. Back to the midfield. Not a great touch. Possession here for G2. It's a 1v1 that the 50 does favor the boys in blue. Working off the ceiling, but caught at the midfield. Cheese fighting for possession.
And this is the first time Koi have had a successful clear, almost the double tap. Denied by G2. Atomic might have a bit more boost to work with, so he gets to the ball and able to at least 50 it towards Cheese. And G2 have presented more shots and only a 1-0 score due to just Koi's defense being that good. But how do Koi turn that into an offense? Their transitions is something they're still working on. You pointed out the midfield scuffle as Koi is back on defense, and that's not a great touch, but she's able to still salvage that.
You're always scared about what might happen on those low touches, right? It's not a lot of power, but can you catch somebody on an off flip? Probably not, given the credibility that Cheese and Gyro do have individually. And Gyro's been in these situations before. He knows against the likes of NRG, FaZe, G2, he's seen the best of the best for many, many years. Still plenty of time here. Chicago in the net. Trying to disrupt and be a nuisance. We've seen that before. Cheese going to pop it, and he'll call point towards the backboard. Can't win the 50. Into the corner. Back to the neutral zone. That's Gyro who gets possession. Squishy save. There it is. Chicago right back out with a follow-up from Cheese. If he can't finish, somebody else will. We got a tie game.
That's what we needed to see from Koi. The setups are there, but it's the rally, the follow-up that we needed Koi to be at the right place at the right time in the box. Koi took shot after shot, and that's the pressure that Koi needs to apply to G2 to make them sweat. 1-1 game with a minute 16 left. It's low-scoring games because it just takes that much hustle, and Atomic there almost sneaks one by. Gyro there again.
Well, you got to give it on the handoff. I like that call from Cheese. Gyro didn't have any boost, so you light up those comms, give your teammate a chance to make a play, leave him on his lone as he rotates back. Gyro should be fighting for Atomic's position, but instead he'll wait and grab the boost. Punches it downfield. G2 will clear. Under 50 seconds to play here on Coliseum, as Koi try to take a 3-1 series edge, but G2 looking to tie it up.
Oh, good catch, Atomic. Oh, getting harassed by 2, though. He's gonna need some help. And there's Atomic just guiding this away. Next play for G2 offense. Not having a lot of time. Look at that disruption, that challenge from Koi. But no one's there to center that out towards the net. And G2 quickly rotate their third man back in. It's Koi with cute clears, but ain't no cute goals, at least not yet.
Well, we're starting to see Gyro start bumping a Chicago in midfield. It's making the rotation back a little bit more difficult. Just something to think about here for G2. Into the corner. Cheese with a huge 50, gets the demo. He has to circle back quickly. Where's Gyro? Somewhere in front of that, I'm sure, but no, it'll touch regardless. You want to play for OT, I don't blame it. We were looking for a quality shot. It did eventually come through, but it just wasn't enough. Cheese wins the kickoff. 1v1 in front. Atomic might get baited, but he plays his life appropriately and puts a hand up just in time.
Oh, just the tip of his finger, too. He felt like just barely the top of his car got a touch. Last overtime, taken by G2. It's a shot blocked by Gyro. And this is why you bring him in the 2s, but Cheese needs to make the magic happen at the front. G2 see the approach. Cheese with the harassment to the right side, but Gyro not there in time. Not sure how to commit. Doesn't know how those challenges are going to go. As Koi fall back for the defense, G2 can't crack that egg yet.
That's a big touch, though. Diving save won't matter. She's got enough power on this. And he was just catching G2 out just enough. Atomic on the flip, had to get down quickly. Went to grab boost, couldn't circle through. Chicago's on a straight line, and that ball's on an angle. It's already in the back of your net by the time you're getting close. That's a beautiful read by Cheese. And that's what they were looking for in the last 20 seconds. When Cheese was moving upfield and he was stealing possession away from G2, that's the exact shot they were trying to set up. And they finally find it in OT. 3-1 Koi, series edge, and series point.
And maybe I'm wrong. I said Koi's clears really can't be enough to score, but I guess in a game of twos, you don't automatically.
It was a good jinx.
Yeah, good jinx, right? You don't have that third man back that is going to catch these long clears. So sometimes at the right place at the right time, if that ball is centered out, those clears do turn into goals. We haven't seen it that often from Koi, and I needed Cheese. Actually, I blessed Cheese. Thank you very much. I said I needed him to make the magic happen, and he waved his wand and won them the OT.
I mean, I don't even think if Atomic goes just straight towards the low post, I don't think he gets there in time either. He needed boost. He was low. You can't wave dash that quickly to getting up to supersonic speed, so there's really no choice. Chicago doing his best to get back, but that is better recognition from Cheese in the moment to put that on target as G2 get caught out. We've seen that in game one. We'll see what happens now as this series moves forward, but here we go. Oasis up next. G2 down 3-1 in this series. And you're on series point for Koi. One more, and you go to the grand final to face off against V1.
I know how bad G2 want that rematch, too. Just, wouldn't call it an embarrassment of the 4-0 scoreline, but you expected a tougher fight from G2, and wishing they did just at this series as Gyro finds the first one.
Listen, Koi fans, you're feeling good right now. Gyro is showing up in threes. Cheese is looking great at midfield, and Sosa is what pulled this team through to a game one victory. Koi fans, where are you at? Get very, I don't want to say it loud, but get very happy, please, because this team's been working for it. This organization has needed these types of results for a long time, and it's starting to come to fruition as they are looking to shut down G2.
And the first threes taken by Koi, 1-0. Second threes by G2 in overtime, though. So this has been a tough challenge, despite maybe some saying that the three's not the best game mode for Koi, but G2 fight their way back.
That's a missed touch by Gyro. And it's not even really his fault, just wrong place, wrong time. Chicago's already up. I mean, goodbye. It's so free. Good response from G2.
What a redirect, what a pass too. And Koi usually get in the middle of that. And Koi's defense is something we haven't really needed to nitpick at. As this pinches to Chicago, and he does it again! Koi can only sit there and watch!
This double commit's not great in the net. I mean, I think Gyro got bumped. No, he didn't. He just fell down awkwardly, and G2 capitalized on the space. That's a great pinch to center back out for Chicago. He basically falls away and puts it on target.
That's back-to-back for G2, so if you're Koi, you're like, this started off well, and Cheese is back in his threes game, and this is just goal after goal, and not much of a loudness from the defense that this just keeps happening.
You give some, you take some. If you're G2, you keep kind of shooting yourselves in the foot. It's kind of been the theme of this series for them, for Koi. Interesting kickoff strat there from G2. Interesting fake from Atomic. Overextending upfield, the boys in blue. Trying to get their hands dirty, but Gyro gets bumped. Here comes Sosa. Can't find the dunk. JNaps will clear. But more pressure mounting. Cheese from the ceiling, no boost. Gives it to Atomic. The double commit does work out. But the numbers are up, and Koi are here.
Just 1 minute and 4 goals have gone by. Kind of reminds me of the ones game. Just never-ending offense. And that's what you expect from G2. Atomic with the setup to the right. Chicago tries to cut. And Koi is blocked. They're just starting to read these G2 passing plays a bit better. As Koi, they force their way through the midfield. Atomic trying to send it back. But good position there for Sosa to just place it into the box. But with the coverage that G2 had, it was tough for Koi to slice through that.
Just trying to make life more difficult for G2 on their counterattacks. Taking players off possession. Atomic has Chicago. Might not need it with the placement from that shot. A boost here at the midfield, and here goes JNaps. You got Atomic in the wing if you need the pass. Quick cut down. Gyro's there. And he will keep this play moving. The extension from Sosa is great. The pass is good as well. Gyro doing all that he can just to be kind of a smoke screen to allow Cheese to get a shot. I like the decision-making from Koi, but it doesn't really pan out, and now they have to play defense.
G2, Atomic, just passing it to someone in the midfield, but Koi starting to read these well. And Koi, they have these clears, but what else? You got threes. You don't have an open net that you can shoot on from across the field. Chicago doesn't have time to set up. Koi, more eager on these challenges, not letting G2 time to think. Good control from OpTic, but Koi's defense stepping it up surely. In a 2-2 going into the second half, G2 are obviously creating more opportunities and putting shots on, but Koi are holding on.
2 minutes to go. A lot of time here for G2. Quick cut downs. Counterattacks for G2. Interceptions from staying offense, not quite there. Cheese can't get caught up in time. There's a demo at midfield. Numbers advantage for G2. Power play will be burned, and there it goes. Sosa gets the ball right back.
He's got Cheese. Oh, he's falling back for boost, so couldn't go for a pass, and we need Koi to follow up with each other too. The setups have definitely been there. They've got the clears, but we've only seen kind of one pressure building offense from Koi, I believe last game. And G2, obviously, when you have that third. G2 still dumping it in as Chicago starts it off. OpTic looking for bumps. Double commit from Koi gives the ball right back to G2, at least just barely. It's OpTic to JNaps. Gyro not letting this cut through the right side. So G2 are definitely wasting Koi's time, but you need a third goal to win the game.
OpTic playing it to the opposite side. JNaps moves laterally. A lot of space in the infield here for G2 to work. The clears are there for Koi, but they don't have possession. Upfield's Gyro. Here comes JNaps. That's up left post. Going to be off. Redirecting on the clear. Defense does hold on. Koi, but OpTic, the pre-jump. Are you joking? From G2. The pre-jump from the opposite dimension. This is absurd.
Like, how do you save this? You just don't.
You don't.
It's just G2. Eventually, this opportunities they've had, of course you're gonna find success with 30 seconds left. It's up to Koi to pick up the phone and answer, or G2 will start their climb back in the series. It's still match point for Koi, and G2 have work yet to go. Now OpTic in the box. Sosa denies. JNaps brings it back. Chicago at least wasting Koi's time. 12 seconds for Koi to get the clear, and Gyro couldn't follow up to rally it through. And Koi are just putting a band-aid on this ship, but it's sinking and they're drowning, and Koi just can't seem to come back. With the 20 seconds they had to come back, it's chance here, a floater, but Gyro blocks. So does the cross, and Koi have to go all the way down, and it's not enough, and there it is. G2 3-2.
G2 is not out of it yet. Everybody hold your horses. We got a good one. 3-2 lead still here for Koi in the series, but G2 make things interesting. Gyro, we got to talk about that one, brother. Been watching you for a long time. What was that? Because you had an open shot and you kind of whiffed it. But there we go. It was. It seemed like the counterattacks there for G2 for the majority of this game, right? You're looking at the defense for Koi in the backboard, but slowly but surely start to get picked apart. And OpTic with these angles, Chicago with these touches. My goodness, G2 are lethal in the offensive third. When they get creative, they're one of the best teams in the world.
And you live by the gyro, you die by the gyro. I mean, a lot of saves have been by these miraculous goal line blocks by Gyro. Sometimes he whiffs it on the defense, and G2 find the gap. They'll always punish that. But hot and cold moments from Gyro. 3-2 for G2. Oh, it's a tongue twister. We go to game 7, and Koi better watch out. That's what? No, that's actually been traded back and forth. So yeah, but that game was decided in the last 20 seconds. So you're not like feeling that amazing if you're G2.
Yep. Look, you're going to be in a situation where we can go back to 1s or 2s. Granted, we've played the entire gambit. I'm expecting 2s here, and we're going to get 1s instead. So OpTic, and here we go. Cosmic. You know what? That actually makes way more sense because of how Cosmic's playing as of late. Just ignore what I say like you do anyway. Here we go. Cosmic, OpTic. We've seen it before. We're seeing it for the 3rd time. The trilogy continues. And does Cosmic have what it takes to put this series away?
Yeah, was it 8-6 for Cosmic last time? And the first time they faced in the quarterfinal, OpTic won that 1v1 battle. So the score is tied. And G2, all the weight on OpTic's shoulders. the way they've just fought so hard when Koi were on match point to slowly come back in this series. And it's all up to Atomic to keep G2 alive in the lower bracket final. Or else it's a top 3 finish, which is not bad for the charity they chose. And Cosmic finds the first one.
Atomic, I do like kind of the hezzy step here, but you flipped too far out. You shouldn't have done that. Gave possession right back to Cosmic. That was not the touch that Atomic wanted. It's a 1-0 lead. Plenty of time. Everything's possible. But that was an interesting start.
Atomic, and both Atomic and Cosmic have taken notes on each other for the many 1v1s they've now gone through. Atomic being a lot more patient on the defense, waiting for what silliness Cosmic has cooked up. But Cosmic, as soon as Atomic makes any positional mistake, as you pointed out, Cosmic is quick to score on it. Now Atomic just trying to hold on to possession, as in his shadow is Cosmic getting it above and not saved. We'll demo and get the last laugh, but it's G2 that tie it.
And you'll make up for that mistake here as a quick swing back down the ramp and a beautiful shot as you catch Cosmic right on the tail end of that rotation. 58 seconds gone into this game. We're on Neo Tokyo. It's a wonderful time to be here. G2, 2 games to their side. Koi up by 3. We'll see how things play out as G2 try to send us to a very decisive Game 7. But it has been all of Koi in this series up until what seems like the resurgence of the G2 threes that we're so used to. Cosmic takes it away. That's off target. Does get a bump. We saw that at the end of the last game in ones where Cosmic was getting very physical with Atomic, and that opened up a couple of goals in succession.
I'm seeing Atomic already play with more speed too, and that last one just chasing Cosmic around. That touch that just gets the ball just a bit away, waiting this time. Cosmic with barely the save, and he's able to knock this away, not centered out, but Atomic has to be careful.
Well, Cosmic actually steals both boosts, so there's nothing here for Atomic to work with, and this should be a goal, and it will be. Beautiful heads-up read by Cosmic. Recognizes the opportunity, takes away all available resources, and puts it away.
And just like in the last one's battle, the lead has been back and forth, never getting out of reach of a 1-goal lead for either Atomic or Cosmic. Even that last 1v1 that Cosmic won was decided in the last 30 seconds, where Cosmic just got a lot more physical and scored twice on him, and there's the response.
Big time aerials from big time Atomic. Beautiful ceiling reset. I mean, that's as classic Rocket League as you're going to get from the Atomic, the young one. I don't even know how this kid's still rising in the scene. I mean, he's been around for so long. He's already a veteran, but it's hard to forget that, he's like, what, 17, 18, something like that. Just insane how good he's gotten in the past 2 years.
And Atomic, back-to-backs. Oh, look at this control. Thought he was tucking it to the left, I think, and then just ended up centering it out. Cosmic tried to read that. Like I said, Atomic with back-to-backs gives him a 1-goal lead with the kickoff advantage, and Cosmic caught lacking.
That's 3 back-to-back-to-back there for Atomic. Cosmic gets bumped into the side dash, and there you go. I mean, the recovery's perfect on the kickoff. What was a 2-1 lead? Okay.
We're going to Game 7, aren't we? Just getting those vibes. I'm not calling it. I mean, maybe, but there's 3 minutes. But Atomic are looking good, or is looking good.
There's plenty of time here. Ones is a very interesting side for crew battles. Again, the players get their pick. They're feeling good with how Cosmic's been playing recently. Yesterday, against this matchup, he struggled, but turned it around, and then he found himself in a similar situation here going into this series. He was able to take the opening ones matchup, Atomic from his own side of the field, late on the reset, or I should say early on the reset, but enough of an advantage there where Cosmic's going to be able to make that read. Only a 2-goal lead here for G2, but Cosmic puts one dangerously before it ricochets off the backboard.
I thought Atomic was going to get that flip reset too. I was holding on to my seat. They're just playing with a quick pace too. Watching and lurking as Atomic bumping Cosmic off the ball, but still finds the gap, and it's only a 1-goal game.
He tried to cut the lane here. He had full boost, but Atomic didn't recognize that the snowplow that is Cosmic is going to just work through him. He's just going to run right up the middle of the field. Just worry about the ball and the ball only. And that is what leads us to a 4-3 scoreline as Cosmic works his way back into this game. But Atomic off kickoff will have full tank and a lot of space in the air.
Reset available. Cosmic waits for it. Almost pitching it to the left side. Good save by Cosmic. Just waiting for this ball to land. Challenge at the same time. Gives Atomic first hand at the ball to put it to the corner. Cosmic gets the demo. And is it a free open net? Yes, it is. And that's the tie. Back to back for Cosmic.
Yep, you're going to get a far spawn, so you're more than happy to just play it slow and secure this shot. Make sure you put it in the net as you do. Tie game. That's what Cosmic does. He's handled the pressure. This kid is special. One of the best ones players in the world. I think ranked #1 overall, like we've mentioned time and time again here on this broadcast. Atomic, very good in his own right and has proven that he's a worthy adversary for Cosmic in this tournament. But Cosmic has a chance to send Koi to the grand finals against V1 and do it in such interesting fashion, kind of stepping up and being the hero for this squad. A last-second addition and one who's been practicing one specifically for this tournament and gets himself a lead to boot.
It would be kind of funny, maybe not funny for G2, but funny for a neutral caster like me if Koi were to knock G2 out of this bracket. This is what the script is saying right now with match point Koi in the lead because it was G2 that knocked Koi in the lower bracket in the very first round. Koi took down Axel, Complexity. Now it's a 2-goal lead for Koi, who also took down OpTic to get to this point. Koi have learned a lot and improved a lot, and it's showing the fact that this series is going the distance after a 3-0 from G2.
I mean, he's a brick wall on the recovery off the kickoff. You think you're going to bounce him off the play, but you just constantly have to deal with him in front on possession.
Shot.
Starts opening up the conversation more about teams having ones mains, but we'll hold that for another day as Atomic said, you know what, I can play too, and rips it from midfield.
Just finding that tiny gap. Cosmic almost getting there. Great placement from Atomic. Keeps himself in the shadow of Cosmic. 1 minute left. And it's just everyone bullying each other. Going for boost first. Atomic has 80 to go. Cosmic waits, pre-jumps, blocks. Recovery for Atomic, though, as Cosmic waits, holds the post, tries to bring it to the other side. Dangerous place for this ball to be if you're Cosmic. And Atomic getting really physical with it.
Yeah, and Atomic's going to have to stay on ball here. He can't afford to rotate back. He would probably get a shot over his head, and at that point, it's a 7-5 game. You can burn time here as you'll wait. Here comes the push. Atomic reads it beautifully. Getting chased, but doesn't commit. Something AJ did earlier. Tried to commit on the demo. It didn't work out. Atomic, slow floater. Right off the fingertips, but couldn't find the angle. He'll circle right from the side wall. Atomic gives it back to Cosmic, and now a 1v1 on the left side of the field.
Tried to fake him with the bounce, but off the back wall. Cosmic gets there first, not the touch he was hoping for. Racing back the last couple seconds, and Cosmic just needs to hold on and not let Atomic get this ball in front of the orange net. It's on the ground. Atomic can't do it, and Koi go to the grand final.
You got a one specialist for a reason. He steps up time and time and time again. He wins the trilogy battle 2-1 in the end, but overall a 4-2 victory for Koi. Nobody had this one written down, and it is all Jover, folks. It's over. It's completely done. Koi finished their business here off the back of really Cosmic's prowess in ones. And all of a sudden, Koi have taken down the likes of G2, and they took down OpTic just prior. Nobody in their right mind is going to predict this.
It's the lower bracket buff. It's the Mango script if you watch any fighting games. It's Koi who got beat down 3-0, and on the same day, we're able to come back against Axel. Complexity today beat OpTic, so it's not just a day one fluke like, okay, you caught some teams off guard. Koi deserve the respect. They're going to the final. Of course, all these teams are going to Gamers 8, or at least the spots that were already given, and this is something you got to keep your eye on, how Koi are going to do at Gamers 8 and how they're going to do in the final against version 1 coming up.
I mean, your reward for beating G2 and Complexity and OpTic and Team Axel, is that you have to play V1 now. Like, granted, there's levels to this. V1 very clearly right now look like the best team in North America just off the sample size of this event alone. But Koi are better than G2, they're better than OpTic Gaming, they're better than Complexity, and they're going to give V1 a good run for their money. That series should be an absolute banger. But I don't know how we talk about anything other than the fact that Cosmic has stood up and won his first real test as a player, his first ever real tournament. He comes in as a ones main in a situation like this with so much on the line, playing against G2, RLCS champions, playing against OpTic Gaming with DreamHack champions and former members of FaZe and SSG and Complexity who are getting top 4 internationally. And Cosmic says, don't even worry about it, guys. I got it. I'll step up. I'll handle business. Takes it against OpTic and does so in stylistic fashion. I am in a loss for words. Lemon Kiwi, talk to me. Do Koi have what it takes to go all the way?
Oh, yes. Also, mad props to G2, who came back from an 0-4 loss to version 1 to be hyper-competitive against Koi. Not a team you thought that G2 needed to struggle against, but they did, and it came down to the wire for OpTic to almost send us into OT in that last ones. But I want to hear from Biggs in the analyst desk. That was a series no one was expecting. Koi in the final.
Revenge is a dish best served with cheese. Yes, you don't know what you've started. The dad jokes keep rolling in. I'm joined by Dazarin and Corelli. Cosmic Koi. What an incredible performance. Corelli, we got our grand final matched up, and it's going to be a doozy.
I don't know. Lemon Kiwi saying no one knew this was coming. I was on the Koi Boy train the whole time, Daz. I don't know what you were talking about. I was on the Koi Boy train the whole time. I knew they were going to take down G2 in a 4-2 fashion, Daz. What do you have to say?
You knew the 4-2 and everything, huh? You were just that confident.
I was just thinking it, but I didn't say it.
Okay, all right. Listen, I get props to Koi. Koi definitely deserved this win. They played very solid. Cosmic's been stepping up for him, and we've seen them really, step into like this upper echelon area. G2, a lot of people are kind of questioning G2 picking that ones in that game 6. That'll be a whole topic for another discussion, but regardless, that still was close. And G2 put up a tough fight, but it's Koi's day to day. Clearly, the Cinderella run is definitely happening right now.
Speaking of the Cinderella run, as we continue on with this storyline, we've got the final boss still waiting in the wings. Bowser, Dr. Robotnik, Dr. Evil, Sauron, Voldemort. It's version 1. Await them in the grand final arena. Dazarin, I might have had a coffee during that match. I'm sorry.
I could tell. It definitely can tell. I've never seen that many references thrown all at the same time. But you're absolutely right. That version 1 squad, when they get on this field, you can hear boss battle music going on. You're like, wait, what's going on? And you see a big health bar at the bottom. That's going to be the biggest test for this Koi roster. But look at the way they're playing. When we take a look at the highlights, I mean, everything has been going well for them. There's definitely been some signs of struggle. We'll see how that looks against this version 1 team. But all the other efforts, Koi have stepped up at the most. You've seen them in the 2v2, in the 3v3, Cosmic in the 1v1. They seem like they have all of the puzzle pieces together, but when you get knocked down and you're trying to get back up against a team that's like version 1 that has not really shown signs of weakness here. I mean, they 4-0 with this G2 team that we just got watch play 6 games. I mean, Koi definitely are going to have to earn a victory if they want to take this event.
I mean, your highlights presented to you by Aramco here on your screen. The dynamic of that match was interesting, Corelli. G2 seemed to press and things started to look good, and then just Koi adapted every time and matched it to a T.
Yeah, I was impressed, though, by Koi. This is not a team that a lot of us put a lot of faith in their 3v3 prowess, especially if you look over the last few splits. They've been qualifying for RLCS, but they've been finishing last in almost every single event. And for them, going up against G2, we saw it last time. It was very close in that upper quarterfinals. They still lost. This time, they were different. And I think Cosmic, especially in the 1v1, got all the jitters out. He was comfortable. He wanted the rematch. They got the rematch. He got to play OpTic twice here in this series and looked a lot more comfortable. And of course, you have to hats off to the 2v2 squad on Koi as well, taking down a very strong G2's team. So Koi, you got to give him credit. Just as we did earlier on in the lower bracket, now here in the bracket final, they took down big teams, and they did it not only in the 3v3, but in the other game modes as well.
Okay, we're going to go through the updated bracket on your screens very, very shortly. And while we do that, Dazarin, I got 2 words for you. Daniel and Cosmic. What, are we going to see fireworks here on the main stage?
I think we are. That's a 1v1 a lot of people are going to be looking at right now. Just seeing Cosmic, it feels like he can't be stopped. Everybody's been throwing everything that they can at him, and people have been talking of Cosmic so much as this event has continued on. Cosmic has ran the gauntlet, so to speak, in all of these 1v1 matchups, but going up against Daniel, definitely a true test of what he can do. We've seen him in just now a high pressure situation, lower bracket, your team is up 3-2, you just need to win this game to close it out, and Cosmic did just that. Now Daniel, we're gonna see how Daniel plays. We saw Daniel a little earlier, and Daniel was under some pressure against Complexity and didn't necessarily look too good in that particular moment, but both teams in the grand final now, all bets are off. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how it goes.
Koi surely focusing in on those 1s matches and those 3s matches, because those 2s are going to be incredibly difficult. But it's almost time to find our champion of North America here at Gamers Without Borders. We've got one best of 7, and our winner is going to donate $300,000 to a charity of their choice. I'm shaking. I can't wait for this next matchup to come. So let's go to this very quick break, and we'll be right back with your grand final of the region.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child, and investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Without Borders, it is grand final time in the NA region. Don't worry, there's still plenty of Rocket League to come over the next few days, but for now, we've reached the apex of this competition in this region. One grand final, one best of 7, $300,000 on the line. We've seen Koi battle their way tooth and nail through the lower bracket all the way to get to this point in the competition where version 1 haven't really looked that phased up to this point, let's be honest. But we had the opportunity to catch up with one of our players earlier this week, and that was Com from version 1. Check this out.
I'm Robert Kaiser, also known as Com, and I play Rocket League for version 1. Going into this tournament, I have the best 2v2 duo in the world and one of the best 1v1 players in the world on my team, so our expectation is nothing less than winning it. One of the main things for me is I'm probably going to be unlikely to be playing in most of the 2s or 1s matches. I mean, really, on paper, I think we are one of the strongest teams at this tournament. I don't know if there is really any weakness overall for us as a team. Unique strategies that we have planned as for the crew battle kind of format, but we've been working really hard for our 3v3 play style, and we've been grinding some things out and getting ready for our LCS. So we're looking to implement those in this tournament. One of the most difficult things is, I mean, we made a roster move this offseason. We've had one roster move since I joined the team, back when we had kicked Gimmick for Beast Mode. It's kind of a thing that doesn't happen often. It requires a lot of adjustment on individual behalves, on how we're going to play and how we're practicing, and a lot of adjustments. But I'm proud of how both myself and my team have performed and all the work that we've been putting in. We had a regional that we won. I think that was probably our best performance as individuals and as a team. We still know what we were doing. We know how to play the game, which is always a nice refresher. Prior to us acquiring Daniel, we definitely were a lot more structured for our individual roles. I think now we kind of all do a little bit of everything. We're more spread out and more diversified with how we play. But on paper, generally how it works, I'm more of the aggressor. I'm taking people off the field, I'm demoing, I'm making space, I'm trying to get the ball to my teammates. Beast Mode is one of the most mechanical players in the world. His job is to get the ball and flip reset. Then Daniel's job is not too dissimilar to Beast Mode, of course. They're both incredibly talented when they're on the ball, and their mechanics are crazy. But Daniel, I think, tends to be more of our third man. He tends to be a lot solid, and his job's kind of just to keep the ball in, so give me time to rotate out, give me time to steal boost, bump, and get the ball. Team atmosphere is it's pretty hilarious. I mean, I got a 17-year-old teammate and a 16-year-old teammate. It's a fun time, just always joking, laughing. Despite the fact that we're all working really hard, we're all putting our best effort in scrims and in tournaments, it's still a good time. I think the most important thing for us is just to make sure that we're grinding on paper, and I mean, everybody knows we are an incredibly talented talented team for this format. Realistically, I don't think there's any like North American team that should be beating us. Teams that have the best chance, maybe OpTic. I think AJ is really good at ones. He could have a chance of taking Daniel down in ones. Or I think we have the advantage in twos and the advantage in threes. I think it's a great cause to be able to give money to people that need it. I mean, I'm out here playing video games for a living. I'm not going to say that I'm the most desperate need for money. I get to do what I want when I wake up. I get to play the game. I get to, earn a living from it. Not much more that I could want. And I think giving some money to people that are much more in need of it, definitely something that is a worthy cause. I'd like to say welcome to all the Daniel fans. Glad to have you guys here. But I appreciate all the support from people that have been around for a long time, people that are newer to supporting our team. It really does mean a lot, and we're hoping to go out there and impress you.
Welcome back to the virtual studio. I'm joined here by Lemon Kiwi and Spaceman. $300,000 for charity on the line. One best of 7, and Koi just upsetting everyone along the way. Lemon Kiwi, how you feeling?
Oh, after that last series we casted, pretty good, I guess. My bad, Corelli. I kind of did you dirty. I said no one predicted this. Okay, I'm going to join the Koi Hope Army, I guess. After that one, I have to.
Join the Koi crew. There you go. Wow, try and do that 10 times faster. Spaceman, we've already spoken today about momentum and mental strength, but given where you are in the bracket, because we've had version 1 who haven't really been tested yet, let's be honest. They've cruised their way through to this grand final position. They look pretty unwavered and undefeated up to this point, like we just said. So Koi, however, on the other hand, have battled tooth and nail to get to this point. They've clawed their way here. I mean, what are you thinking?
I mean, look, the Koi and Rogue fan in me that existed for like 2.5 years is wondering, is this legit? Is this the team that's going to make a run like this? I'm thinking yes, but let's also be completely realistic about it. V1's a different beast. They have clearly separated themselves in the pack in North America. We're talking ones game. Maybe Koi have an advantage there. Maybe they have a chance, but you got Daniel against V1. I mean, you got Daniel on V1. Like, Daniel is probably the second best ones player in this tournament. Then you're looking at the fact that their twos game is unstoppable. Nobody is beating V1 in twos. I don't care what region. I don't care what team. It's not happening. In threes, this is also a better team. Kama's collecting a paycheck today. Like, he's like, I'm just here. We're having fun. So I'm just saying there's a chance for Koi, sure, but it's V1. This is not G2 complexity. This is V1. They are here to win it, and they look like they can do it.
Speaking on Com playing down the fact that he has Daniel and Beast Mode both as teammates in that video that you just saw, but he seems to have his head screwed on, right, Lemon?
Yeah, I think this is a team that can go into the finals with confidence. I mean, you just came off of a 4-0 victory over G2. Yep. The Daniel buff is real. And then, like my fellow analyst said, the 2v2 game is looking strong for version 1. That's something that I think Koi can thrive in. The 1s and 2s are stronger, but then they obviously have taken games in the 3s versus really good teams. You saw it against G2 just now. But, Koi were stretched to that limit all the way to a game 6, where honestly, I was getting game 7 vibes in that ones. So I still think the series is going to go the distance no matter how favorited version 1 is.
Ooh, okay. Well, it's almost time for our grand final in the NA region, so I'm going to come to you first, Spaceman. What is your prediction for this match?
A wonderful question as always, Banks. Listen, brother, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I think for Koi, road to success is in the 3s. And granted, they're going to have to win at least 2 of them to make it interesting, but I think maybe they get a game. I don't see it going very long. This could be a quick grand finals. I'm taking V1 4-1.
Ooh, V1 4-1. Okay, Lemon Kiwi, what about yourself? You seem in disagreement.
We just casted the Koi. What about the Koi Cope, my dude?
I love Cosmic. I think he's fantastic, but V1, it's V1. I'm sorry. Like,
Koi have taken down so many good teams, so I'm going to say 4-3 Koi. I'm thinking this is going...
She balances it out. I like that.
Ooh, let's go the distance. I like that. That is enough from us. There is just one match left in this NA region here at Gamers Without Borders, and that match is our grand final, best of 7. Dazarin and Corelli, take us into our grand final, please.
Thank you very much, Banks. It is time for a grand final, Daz, and version 1 and Koi are here to battle for the right of first place. And version 1 going to be getting that 1-game advantage here in this best of 7. We're still going to be starting with 3v3, Daz, but what do you make of the matchup?
I think this matchup is definitely going to come down to just individual players. Like, we're going to have those head-to-head matchups that are going to be very important. I mean, looking at the 1s and 2s, a lot of people are going to have their eyes on that. But seeing just how V1 come out, I feel like all eyes are on Koi here. I feel like V1, everyone knows what version 1 can bring to the table. How can Koi match up against a team that has just looked so dominant over the course of this tournament?
And I do agree. I think it was, I don't know if it was Lemon or Spaceman that said, I forget now, but they were saying it comes down to the 3v3 games, and I think that might be the most important thing about this. Not because we get them the most, but of course, because version 1, they've got Daniel for the 1v1 and the 2v2. I mean, they've been touted, Daniel and Beast Mode, as the best 2v2 team here in this tournament, and they've already proven to be that lethal for version 1. So for Koi, their work cut out for them. But we've said this multiple times, Des, about Koi, is that, oh, you know what, they're not favored. They've got this big player, this big duo in front of them, and they've been able to come out in front every time.
Right. Now seeing how Koi look here, we've had the first minute of action kind of go by. It's been a little bit more on the side of version 1. Definitely a lot of good offensive pressure from them. No strangers to getting in front and really getting in people's faces, as almost a great redirect there. Daniel tries to go for this, but very late. So he'll be sent off to the side. We need to see what Koi look like when they're in that push forward. Then very quiet, so to speak, here. And almost a chance there. No, Cheese will start us off with the first goal.
And what happened here with Calm? This one kind of got out in front of him, or I guess behind him. I don't know if he thought Cheese was landing on it to get a touch, but he left just enough space for Cheese to get in there and push it home. He was too close to his goal line at that point. A 1-0 lead here for Koi.
Super solid on the side of Koi. Able to get off to a hot start, but still looking for more. And honestly, I think having that big lead against a team like V1 super important. Lots of ability to be able to come back late in the game. And you want to be able to start things off just kind of like on that right foot overall.
I think this is a great start for Koi. This 3v3 matchup is so crucial for them in version 1 now, having to respond 2 minutes through the first game. Here comes Daniel, flip reset over 1 and trying to get the dunk on Cheese, but he does a great job of getting this one away. Now Sosa over to Gyro, quickly up, Gyro met by Calm. Looking for follow-up, here comes Cheese, this one double tap, and he goes wide. Sosa was there in version 1, able to get out of a sticky situation. Now back the other way, Daniel, can he drop it down? He does, in Beast Mode, trying to clear out the defense, but Gyro there to clear it away.
So side defense has been solid. That's a good demo there as well. Koi's still trying to make the most out of the little room that they've got. They got V1 on the ropes here, but Sosa's going to be late to the challenge. Version 1 now with a chance to clear up. We're halfway through this game, and it has not been a strong offensive showing in terms of getting those close, dangerous shot chances in on the side of V1. But there's still plenty of time to try to figure things out. We really want to see them use the air a lot more. They've been kind of keeping things low to the ground, just going for infield passes to connect things. They've been very ambitious plays, but I don't necessarily know if they need to do too much. This one almost got through to Beast Mode, but it'll be Calm trying to keep this in play.
Just under 2 minutes. Beast Mode full boost here. Calling his own number as he tries to drop it down. Again, great defense here from Koi. Good job denying version 1, only allowing them the initial attack and no follow-up. It's now Daniel. Another weapon for version 1, and the flip reset, and the dunk for Daniel as he finds the equalizer.
Oh man, this is just all Daniel all the time. Gets that straight through, and everybody's putting a hand up, but Sosa knocks it right back into Daniel's control. So solid on the dunk there. Version 1 off of those individual plays, and that's why I said it. Koi, they have to take advantage of these opportunities while they have them and try to see if they can increase that scoreline lead, because it just takes that individual performance, someone to step up. This time it was Daniel.
Tied up after some great work from Daniel. Now Beast Mode trying to quickly get a second. Coming up on a minute here left on the clock. Game 1, been back and forth. Koi trying to fight for the first game in this grand final. Gyro from the corner. Follow-up is there. Sosa denied by Beast Mode. Great stick by Beast Mode there on the box. As version 1 very comfortably gets out. Koi looking to get out from their own corner, but Calm gets a couple touches. Down comes in front of the net, and Calm almost able to dunk it down. As Koi feeling that pressure from version 1, but able to get out.
30 seconds remaining, and you can see V1 starting to slowly get cooking here. They've got Koi on the ropes, just trying to test the defense and see if they can force a mistake. Daniel with the shot. Sosa is a great save. Might be needed again here. What can Beast Mode do? 15 down! The Beast has awakened!
And that's the second dunk for version 1. They're 2 for 2. This time getting the flip reset and the touch off the ceiling and then pushing it through. Beast Mode putting away the second for version 1 in a lead with 12 seconds.
You saw Cheese jump up. He looked at him like he was a snack. He wanted all that. Beast Mode. Big time play. But is there something for Koi? No, they had a last second shot. The demo came through. And this one maybe is going to hit the ground. Koi trying to keep this up into the air. But after that demo, it will fall. And version 1 here, able to take that game. They are 1-0.
And it's a painful one to lose. A very close matchup there for Koi in the 3v3, but now they're posed with a very tough decision. When you have a team like version 1 who have the weapons they do in both 2v2 and 1v1, I mean, it feels like a losing decision no matter what you do. And you take a look at the highlights here in the 3v3, and you're going to see a lot of this. Flip resets and air dribbles coming out from version 1. Koi did a great job of defending them as much as they could, but the dunks and the follow-up were just too strong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just seeing that extra pace, seeing what happens when this team does get going. You know, for Koi, yeah, they may have had a bit of a stunner in the opener with that first goal, but after version 1 got cooking, you see it once again. Beast Mode there with a play like that. You got to think about it. Both their goals scored off of individual plays there on the side of version 1.
Yep.
It was definitely well-earned victory.
And that's the scary part. When you have the weapons that version 1 do, it's tough to continually defend against such great players. And now you're going to have to do that in either a 1v1 or a 2v2. And I don't even know. I can't even give Koi any advice. It looks like they're going to elect for the 1v1 here. Cosmic, the 1v1 specialist for Koi, coming in to take on Daniel. This one's going to be good, Daz.
It is going to be good. We'll see whether or not version 1 can put this one on match point. You can see it there. Game 3, I believe, is because the upper bracket team does get a series.
They get an extra game.
Oh, yeah, it gets extra game in the series. My bad. Did I say extra series? Help. Extra point help.
I got you.
Okay. So far, though, this has been a matchup that some people have looked forward to. We've seen Cosmic take on everyone in the 1v1 gauntlet, played Atomic twice, AJ, CRR, I believe. But now, oh no, I think it was Raise Bolt. But now, going up against Daniel here, who, I mean, Daniel has a lot of tools in his kit.
Well, listen, Cosmic, he's beaten AJ. He's beaten Raise Bolt here so far for Koi. Or excuse me, not Raise Bolt. Yes, he did beat Race Bull in the lower bracket quarterfinals. So his resume is growing here in this tournament. But why not Daniel? And maybe definitely his biggest test yet, as Daniel tries to push by the sideline. So far, Daniel holding possession here with not a lot of boost. Gonna take the 50, and he does. Can he get back to it? It's gonna go wide. Didn't have enough boost to get back to it. Now Daniel poking it around again. Can he find the angle? Surely this time is enough. Cosmic gets back, but Daniel finally knocks it in.
There you go. Took Daniel a minute. Had to make sure. Okay, the net's wide open. All right. See Cosmic trying to get back. Let's just, there we go. Right over the head. Play it safe. Play it calmly and get the first goal. Now for version 1. Seeing Daniel with that win, kind of dictating the pace, but still a lot of time. We'll see if Cosmic makes any adjustments. That kickoff is not how you want it to go, though. If you're Cosmic, bump right from Daniel. Daniel gets into the right spot, says thank you very much.
Yeah, Daniel got lower on that kickoff, and it just pinched out. Cosmic went too high. A 2-0 lead now for Daniel. Crucial match for version 1 to put Koi on match point, but I think maybe even more of an important match just for Cosmic in and of himself, and he gets a kickoff goal back to kind of prove, you know, I saw him, a couple people talking about he's looking for a show match from Johnny Boy. He wants to get his name out there, and so far, I think he's going to get that show match, Daz, if you ask me, because he's been putting on a show here after that first matchup against Atomic. He's really locked in the 1v1s.
Kickoff favoring Daniel here. Nice little chain dash to get close. Just want to trap the ball, get that distance. See if he can force something out of Cosmic, but Cosmic's been using the boost very well too. Daniel trying to see if he can really put Cosmic in a tough spot here early. Almost had caught him, but Daniel will be able to send it to the side. You see him take that corner boost. Then try to work around the field, maybe go into the air. Cosmic off the ceiling, aggressive challenge. Daniel does win it, but does Daniel have the time to get to the ball? Not at all. Cosmic gets back very quickly. It's a great recovery to slow things down. When it gets to this type of game, Corelli, it starts to look at everything micro, because then it becomes down to just little decisions, positionings to see where a mistake happened. Even that one right there from Cosmic, too far wide on the rotation, and he gave Daniel that open net.
Cosmic went for the mid boost. He didn't even get the mid boost. He didn't even pick it up because he realized Daniel was just chasing back to his net. And you were talking about it's the micro decisions, but really Daniel is simplifying this game right now. He's controlling a lot of the ball, keeping it away from Cosmic. If the attack doesn't look good, he brings it all the way back to his side, and it's just keeping possession off of Cosmic, and it's foolproof, right? He's not letting himself make mistakes here. And he's going to have to play a bit of defense here against Cosmic, and maybe Cosmic can get one back. Oh, that was a fake. Oh my goodness, Daniel, he just went flying by as Cosmic finds his second.
Let's take a look at this again. Cosmic, he's trying to play that 50, that low 50. Expecting Daniel to hit the ball right into him, and Daniel just completely whiffs it. Now, Cosmic, in this game here, so to speak, he's down by one still, but when you look at the clock, a lot of time in favor here of Cosmic. He's going to try that early challenge. Daniel, tried to pick the pocket, wants to send that right over his head. Daniel will try again. Just a long booming. Wait, get him again. He got him again.
And look how far back Daniel moves here. This is what I'm talking about. He's playing. Look, he keeps going. He went all the way back. Let it come down here. And then Cosmic, you can see he kind of froze. I don't think he expected Daniel to go that far back. And again, Cosmic caught out here. Daniel finding those gaps over top in a 4-2 lead now.
Daniel's accuracy and the amount of power he gets behind the ball has been very well noted. He's looking for more. Daniel has not had to do anything super mechanical here to get past Cosmic when you think about it. Can Cosmic catch up to this ball? No, Daniel says toodaloo. It'll be Daniel's ball again. Cosmic off the respawn. Daniel playing this wide. Look for the top right corner, but just a little too high. Cosmic still in a tough spot. Daniel trying to wrap around him, but just can't.
And Daniel, again, is making sure that Cosmic isn't even getting a dunk. You can see he's purposely taking these shots wide of Cosmic when he's got the block to ensure that he doesn't get a counterattack. And now Cosmic, did he catch him out? This one off the crossbar and the demo. Cosmic's going to put it through. I don't even know what happened, Daz, as everything just blew up.
That's right. That's all Cosmic needed to do there on the play. Initial touch, saw Daniel awkward, played the ball, played Daniel, just said, let me get a 2-for-1 special. There. Needs more, though, because guess what? You got a minute 23 to go. And this one actually is one of the only kickouts I think we've seen that Daniel's had to go back for. So we'll see what Cosmic can do with this early pressure.
And despite, I think, Daniel really controlling a lot of this game, it's a one-goal game, maybe a tied game. It surely is. The spawn not coming in time, and Cosmic very slowly and methodically fighting back here and getting an equalizer.
Now things starting to tense up here a little bit. And again, we haven't necessarily seen either of these guys really play the ball super high and like go in the air. And except for the one time Daniel played it off the wall and Cosmic hit that insta challenge. But even then, no one was able to score off of that. Well, Cosmic went off the ceiling. Now Daniel has a turn, is trying to apply pressure. It'll be sent into the corner. This is scary here. Daniel's got a flip and uses it. Oh, good reaction from Cosmic. That was a great save.
Daniel again threatening, and now you're seeing a bit more of an aerial attack, Daz, as he drops this one down, trying to get the fake. And look at this, happy to take this one back. Cosmic has to wait for the next attack. Here comes Daniel. Happy to bring it. Double tap. Can't find the target, but he'll whip around and tap it in for 5.
Oh, Daniel dances around him on this one. Sees will go up, gets that great extra touch, but also boosts his car up so he stays above the ball, gets to the straight down drop, and even though he can't score it, Cosmic is so far out to play, Daniel can get right back into it and get the goal. Now Daniel's controlling the pace of the game, and honestly, that's a good kickoff for him, trying to get another one, but Cosmic able to get the dive. Not a lot of time, though. Cosmic's got to go.
Take it back. He's going to take it all the way back. 20 seconds on the clock, and he's not even going to attempt this. Cosmic forced to make some tough decisions here. He crept up, and now Daniel racing. 10 seconds left now. Daniel looking for a 6th as it's punted away off the top of Cosmic, but he's left with no boost. Time's running out. Flip resets are coming, and Daniel over the top and down, and he'll take down Cosmic by 1 in game 3.
Yeah, Daniel, I mean, Cosmic made Daniel work for it. That's one of the biggest things here. Even though Daniel ends up winning, it really is a big win, even though it's by 1 goal or not, because of how close that one really came down to. Good on Daniel to be able to control the pressure, kept the ball close a lot, and definitely anytime he thought Cosmic was too far forward, punished him for it. We saw a couple of goals where it was just Daniel just sending it through.
But that was a close match. I mean, listen, regardless of the control that you saw come out from Daniel, especially in that last minute or so, this was well played from Cosmic. I mean, this is not a matchup that, you know, I think anyone were going to pick him for. So Daniel is just so good and one's the best player here, and it feels like anyone that has to take him on are going to struggle. And I felt like while Cosmic gave up a lot of possession, he stayed in this game longer than I think even Daniel expected him to. And really, it was just a 1-goal difference here. And now the scary part, Daz, is with that 1-game advantage that version 1 gets by coming through the upper bracket, we're back to 3v3, and Koi are on match point just like that.
Yeah. Just like that, Koi, who were on just such a strong run, now have to try to reverse sweep a version 1 team that is showing no weakness whatsoever. But everybody's on the field, and Sosa, no, what? Goal line save from Com. I thought that one was in.
Hot start, but not enough. Com trying to turn it around now. Koi was so close. Daniel, off the backboard it goes. 3v3 kicking off here in game 4 in version 1, trying to close out this series, trying to put Koi to bed as Koi, I don't know if they're going to go down quietly here. Shots coming abound. This one another far clear to the corner. Version 1 as this one pinches away. Now the double comes out as version 1 almost were able to catch Koi out.
Yeah, Com still being a menace there in the back end, but so is Daniel looking for bumps too. It's going to be really interesting. Koi's trying to put on that pressure, trying to get the speed here. But if they aren't watching the field, they will be punished harshly. Chance here for Com. Oh, put it down, Com. He may have been sitting out, but he can strike like thunder when he needs to.
He's been saying the format's easy. With shots like that, he's making it look easy. Down and away. Koi can't get there in time. And version 1 took them 1 minute and 2 seconds, but they're on top first.
The level of speed here in this game has accelerated. Koi playing with a little bit of desperation. Version 1, it's the same, but for different reasons. They want this series to be over. We got a long game 4 ahead of us here on Forbidden Temple. As you see Koi trying to stop things on that defensive end. Beast mode looking to set up. I mean, the threat that you have with beast mode, look at that. He pulls out so much of the defense there, Corelli.
And you're seeing Koi really struggle trying to defend against this. And you can see now, even when they're able to break out, they don't have boost. There's version 1. Happy to go again. Great dunk there by Cheese. Maybe Koi has an opportunity. And again, Com coming up big defensively to deny Koi their chance. Koi have beaten a lot of these teams in the lower bracket in the 3v3. They're well-earned wins here. They're not just winning 1v1s and 2v2s. They're winning these 3v3 matchups, but this one certainly is their biggest one. Backs against the wall. And what has really been a version 1 squad that's been put together to be a super team in the 3v3 realm. They're already down a goal approaching halftime.
Talk about that super team, so to speak, and yeah, they look like it when they get that offense just right in front of you. This is a good carry here from Daniel to try to start things off. Chance there, Calm applying some pressure. And everybody has their kind of role here on the team. You start to see it as games go on. No one really kind of sitting down, taking a back seat here on the side of version 1. As, even Calm's up for that one again, trying to get that follow-up touch. Koi are struggling to get out of their offensive half, or their defensive half.
They're just outpaced as, version 1 are just looking so much faster. And of course, the boost control is really hurting Koi at the moment. They're not controlling it as version 1 have just swiped everything away. And again, Koi trying to play defense here, but not making a lot of contact. As Beast Mode, can he drop it down? He'll punch it on target. It's turned away once again. Koi barely surviving within an arm's reach still. As Gyro, he's got to get downfield, generate some opportunity, but with the demos, version 1 numbers up back the other way. This one's on target. Calm drops it off for Daniel. Daniel the shot on target and in version 1 up by 2.
Like, how do you stop this team? You got Beast Mode twirling in the air. He's putting it top right. You got Calm with the setup to Daniel. He's putting it top left. You need everybody and their grandma in the net, and Koi just don't have that much fish in the sea. A minute 30 to go, and version 1 are up 2-0. That was a crazy kickoff.
The double fake kickoff, you like to see it in threes especially. It's always funny when that happens. And I like the idea from Koi to try and mix it up. And I like it for both teams because you're down by 2. You got to get something going. Version 1, typically when teams are winning, they're not willing to mix things up. They're happy with things are going. They'll take a standard kickoff. But to throw the fake in there is actually very smart from them. In the end, both teams not making contact on the ball, and we go. 1 minute left. Koi, this game has not been in their favor, not even close. They've got to get down the field, and they do here, but they're losing possession. Cheese can't hold on to it. And version 1 playing through each other to get downfield. Beast Mode, a second touch, a follow-up looming, trying to push this one across the box. It's Koi with 40 seconds now. The flick is not enough over Daniel, as Koi have struggled to break through version 1 in the midfield.
They really have. Even when Sosa's trying to play it from behind, there's someone on his own back wall. This has been beyond tough. It's been monumental on the side of Koi. Version 1 have shown up, and they have made a statement here that we are the team to beat. This is a 3v3 environment, and all 3 of the players here on V1 have looked phenomenal in this tournament, and they're going to take it.
Version 1 looking dominant here in Gamers Without Borders, and they have crushed the competition in the upper bracket. The 4-0 over G2, and now the 4-0 over Koi. Dominance by version 1.
Well. We knew it was coming. We all knew, but we just couldn't believe it. We saw some earlier events. It gave us some doubts, but I don't think anybody's doubting this version 1 team right now. The way they played throughout this event, and even the super sub, or not the super sub, what am I talking about? I'm thinking of Koi. Koi had a super sub on Cosmic. He did well too, but he's in purple. This is a better purple here on the side of version 1. They did amazing today, even with the Cosmic taking Koi all the way to the grand finals. It just wasn't enough. When you had Daniel on the field, it was just, it was over. It was just over. I mean, the way this squad comes together has been the threat that a lot of us have been talking about, for better or for worse. No matter what, if you like it or you don't, it's here to stay.
And you got to give some credit over to Koi. Listen, they took down Complexity. Well, they took down Team Axel. They took down Complexity. They took down OpTic. They took down G2. Version 1 were the new kids on the block, and they were bigger and stronger here today. Dominance from Daniel in the 1v1, despite maybe a 1-goal margin, and the 3v3 was not even close. Version 1 really curved out nicely here in this upper bracket, and Koi did not stand a chance, Daz. And I'm curious. I mean, I know we haven't done EU, but this version 1 squad, they're looking like one of the better teams here and one of the teams to beat going into Gamers 8.
That's true, and we will end up seeing that. But like you said, this is it for North America. This was a great game. We got to send it back to Big Banks and the crew to break this one down.
Thank you so much, Dazarin and Corelli. And that is all she wrote in the NA region. Congratulations to version 1. They are your 2023 Gamers Without Borders champions. They'll be donating $300,000 to a charity of their choice. And they'll be heading to Gamers 8 this summer, along with the rest of the gang, the top 4 from this competition. And they'll compete for a $2 million prize pool, Spaceman. Pretty good performance from them, gotta say.
You think? Yeah, I mean, this is the top dog here, Banks. Listen, this is a separation. We talked about it in the pre-show. This is what V1 have come to do, and this is why they made the roster change. This is what everybody wanted to see when Daniel and Beast Mode joined forces. Com looked great in this grand final, but really, the show is the team overall. V1 are clearly favorites for North America and should be an international threat for everybody. This is no surprise. I mean, Koi put up a ridiculous fight, but V1 are too good.
I mean, an international threat. That just makes them sound scary. Lemon Kiwi, a close first round. But then V1 just snowballed, didn't they? It just didn't seem like that anyone could stop their momentum.
I thought maybe Koi, I predicted the game 7. I just liked the narrative of the lower bracket run, the lower bracket buff, and coming off a G2 win, I thought that was going to be the momentum they needed to at least maybe get some early games. While version 1 have been waiting for a little while for this match, but there were some close games, like you said, that 2-1 in that first game. Even the ones match, it was only 5-4. So you got to think that Koi were competitive. They didn't get fully stomped, in my opinion, but I know there's so much confidence behind version 1 and their abilities as a team. But I've just enjoyed how much effort and how good Koi looked, despite no one thinking much of them at the start.
Yeah, hats off to Koi for sure. Your highlights brought to you by Aramco here. We all figured that we'd get to a grand final with an unstoppable force going up against an immovable object. But today, version 1, I just felt like they were ready and raring to go, Spaceman. They hadn't really been truly tested throughout this entire competition.
No, and that's credit to the talent and the just endemic understanding of this squad of what they have to work with here. And look, sometimes this is the old esports strat of one team is just clearly better. And in this tournament, in this run so far, V1, no matter how good Koi's playing and how great their run has been, V1 is clearly better in this matchup, and they showed it through 3s, through 1s. You saw Daniel just faking out defenders on the goal line. And in 2s, best team in the world when it comes to that specific game mode. V1 have every single thing available to them in every single game mode. This tournament favored them, and we see why they're that good.
Lemon Kiwi, did we have a point in this series specifically where you thought this is done, this match is toast, version 1, they've run away with it?
I never felt like it was that out of reach. Like, the early goals were for version 1, and a lot of my K for Koi was thinking about the 2s and the 1s match. And then you have, of course, we hyped up how much Daniel and Beast Mode look good in the 2s, or Daniel in the 1s, and that was going to be the final boss for Cosmic to deal with. And he's won most of his 1v1s, only dropping, I believe, a 1v1 to G2, but obviously version 1 head and shoulders above. And Koi, I think, kept it close, but maybe I should have listened to Spaceman a bit more about the 4-0.
I appreciate you on the Koi train. I really do. Thank you. Somebody had to do it, Kiwi.
On the Koi train. Part of the Koi crew. I like it. Spaceman, we had the talk of the town leading into this match. Daniel going up against Cosmic in the 1s. Back and forth, a 5-4 game like Lemon Kiwi's already said, but finally pipped at the post. But it was great for the story, wasn't it? And what a match for Cosmic nevertheless, and showing up at this point in the competition. I mean, hats off to him, surely.
I mean, you're asking this poor kid to play 1v1s against, like, OpTic, G2, V1. He did what he had to do. He helped you qualify for Gamers 8, and that's the takeaway, and that's what Koi were kind of echoing on Twitter. Like, look, we're playing for seeding to this point. Sure, we want to, win the whole thing, but we did our job. We came into the event. We proved everybody wrong. Cosmic is the real deal. Now we can just focus on playing Rocket League, and there's no shame in what they accomplished this weekend, and that also means that 2 can be the same. You can have a positive performance from Koi, come up short, and give credit to V1 for the fact that Daniel in 1s is still Daniel in 1s, and his transitions from 3s to 1s to 2s is so seamless, and how great he's been and how poised he's been at such a young age. Everybody forgets this kid's like 15. Like, he just came into the scene last year, and he's already considered a veteran. That's how good he is, and Cosmic's just getting good reps at this point.
Well, credit to version 1 indeed. And speaking of version 1, we are now joined by Com, our NA champions version 1. Congratulations, a fantastic performance throughout your entire time here at Gamers Without Borders 2023. Try to put into words how you and your team are feeling at this point.
I mean, we're feeling great. It's good to go out there and know what we can do as a team and actually do it. We know, I mean, this is our format. That we have Daniel and Ones, one of the best ones players in the world. We have the best duo in the world, and then as a threes team, we're all really good. So it's a good feeling to go out there and do what we know we can do.
Listen, I'm gonna soak this moment in because V1 seemed to be back, brother. But Com, first of all, how you doing? Second of all, look, for this team, we know what the expectations are. We know how kind of last year went and how you guys had really high highs, really low lows. For you specifically, how have you changed? It's been a year. How have you changed mentally? How have you changed with your gameplay? And what do you think that you're bringing to the table for this squad that's different than what you had with the prior roster? Because you guys are stacked. You're absolutely stacked, and we expect championships to come from it.
Yeah, I think the most important thing that I bring to the table is I don't think you can just throw talent at the wall and see if it sticks. I think you have to have some game plan behind how you're playing. You have to have some understanding of like the game at a high level and know how to get through issues as a team, how to work things out. And I think that's where I kind of come in. I think I can help guide the boys. I'm not going to claim to be as talented as they are, of course, but I can kind of help guide them in a direction where we can all play really well as a team and we can all help each other and not just be incredible individual players.
And it feels like day 2, by the way, hi and congratulations. Day 2, y'all went Super Saiyan. I mean, you didn't drop a game, just 4-0 G2, 4-0 Koi. But, a narrow game 5 against Complexity on the first day. What were some of the challenges maybe you faced individually or as a team preparing for this bracket or competing during this bracket?
Yeah, so especially the Cole series, this tournament, especially yesterday, was so high pressure. I mean, you're competing to go to a tournament that's basically the size of Worlds, and it's 2 or 3 series decide whether you make it or not. I think that was very high pressure, the Cole series, knowing that we could lose there, and if we lose in lowers, we're not making Gamers 8. So that was a really big stressor. It felt really good to finally get through that. Once we got to today, the pressure was kind of off. We knew we had qualified for that. We were coming out here. We were playing for, of course, the charity prize, and we were playing to prove that we could beat any of these teams. And we are happy to have overcome that for sure.
Well, Com, you have the crown. You are champions of North America. You're going to have $300,000 to donate to a charity of your choice and a spot at Gamers 8. Your fans and your community have been behind you every step of the way. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before I let you go?
Of course, as always, I appreciate the support immensely. We always have people backing us whenever we're in any tournament, and I love seeing the Twitter posts. I love seeing people out there. I love seeing all the support, and it really does mean the world to all of us on the team. We all really appreciate it.
Well, congratulations once again to you and your team, and thank you for joining us in your post-match interview. Go and chill out. You've deserved it.
Thanks for having me.
Well, in case you missed it, or as a gentle reminder, we have a graphic to show your teams who have qualified for Gamers 8 from the North America region. That is in the form of, well, I'm just going to tell you, it is in the form of G2, OpTic, Koi, and version 1. No graphic needed. You got this guy right here. So we've got a schedule for tomorrow that we're going to take you through, though, because we're going to reset and do this all again from the EU region. Spaceman, Lemon Kiwi, I hope you're excited because we're going to be kicking off 8 more teams. They're going to join the discussion, and we've got another $1.25 million on the line and 4 spots at Gamers 8 as well. Team Vitality are going to be kicking us off at 4 p.m. Oxygen versus SAR at 5 p.m. CEST. And the best of 5 as well. Going back to the best of 5s and then obviously best of 7s further on down the line. On the B stream, we'll have G1 versus Monkeys and German Amigos versus Team BDS. A very exciting day tomorrow, jam-packed with all the action. 6 matches and then 4 matches following that to close things out on Thursday. Lemon Kiwi, are you feeling good about tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch the European side of things. I'm sometimes not always awake for the European matches, but I'm forcing myself tomorrow because we're going to be casting it. And I'm a big fan of Team Vitality. I'm always cheering for the French. I'm fake French from Canada, but still speak it. So maybe part of the gang still will be cheering them on.
Oh, fair play. I mean, Spaceman, any final words, my friend?
Luckily for Lemon Kiwi, the French are the best players in the world. So she's going to have a good day tomorrow because Vitality's coming. And look, I'm excited to see Zen, of course, but BDS is the big question for me. I think a lot of people have that conversation at the front of their minds. BDS make the change to bring in Rise. Are the world champs back? We don't know. We're going to find out tomorrow. Europe's going to be amazing. I can't wait.
Well, Spaceman's hyped, and so you should be as well. To the viewers at home, to all of the players who competed here, thank you so much for pouring your heart and soul into this game. Thank you to all of the Rocket League talent who have joined me here in this virtual studio today. Like I've already said, we're going to reset for tomorrow and do it all again in EU. Thank you to all of the fans at home for supporting your favorite teams. It really means the world, and this esport wouldn't be anything without you guys. Like we've already mentioned, $1.25 million on the line will be happening tomorrow. We'll reset and it's going to go again. And everyone in production for creating this is absolutely fantastic. I'm sure everyone can attest to that. It looks amazing. I've seen people in the chat talking about it. It looks brilliant. It's going to be spicy tomorrow. But finally, thank you to everyone who's watched so far. And I'll see you tomorrow. My name is Banks. Let's do it.